discourse. Mahatma Gandhi was busy clamoring for big India. Oh, India that I fought for, irrespective of whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, you're a Hindu, you're the normal thing, the normal blah 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 of politicians. No, we are one. We should be one. So I fought for everybody. Oh, we should be one. Please, we should be one. The people that reasons, they tell him, oh God, you have done your bid. You are not India. You are one person out of Indians. While he was busy crying for loss, why should we divide this and that? One Buddhist or Hindu had a call. They call him extremist, but they will be thanking him today. One Hindu had a call, shot and killed Mahatma Gandhi. Man, you cannot keep us in chains. You have done your bid. Now it is for us to act as normal human beings, the people, because we are the people to suffer. It is better we suffer now than suffering forever in the future. They assassinated Mahatma Gandhi in 1948, a year after Indian independence. While Mahatma Gandhi was still mourning for the loss of Pakistan. Oh, he was there in a Muslim part of India, which is Pakistan that time. Telling them, no, campaigning, why are we dividing? Oh, we should have been one. Oh, this and that. They killed him. And today, I know, they are thanking that man today, I know. Directly or indirectly. This is something that black Africans never do. Because they are always carried away by sentiments. The same way today in the Nigeria setting, you see people being carried away by sentiments. We do this. Oh, this person, this politician will carried away by sentiments. He will do this and that. Normal African faults. People that cannot control their emotion. That is what Asians say of Africa. Africans, black race. They say these are people, they are not capable of controlling their emotion. They act on emotions. Nothing more, sentiments. And they don't take wise decisions. So, what we are doing today is to explain the situation, reality of our time, to our people, to all and sundry, so that you make the right choice. That is all. That is all. So that we don't make the mistake of our ancients. People that fought for independence. Oh, don't worry. Oh, don't worry. We will develop. You call yourself, you maintain the borders being created by whites, being created by Europeans. You don't ask questions. Do you know that India, let me tell you, the present India you are seeing today, India, during the colonial period, do you know that some part of India were colonized by France and they call them French Indians? The same thing they call African Francophone. And one people, when you think of our problems, please go deeper. Go a little deeper. Don't be on top, just on top, swimming on top, asking, oh, this is a solution. No, I mean, this is a problem. This is a problem. No. Go a little deeper and you will understand. India, you are seeing today, they restructured themselves into their organic nature, who they were before the Europeans came. Do you understand? Do you know that before, they had what do you call it? French India, Francophone India. They have a Lusophone India. What I'm telling you, go and make your researches. The same people, Hindus, but Europeans came, this one, the same way they divided Africans. The same way they separated the brothers and Name them Francophone and Lusophone and Anglophone. That was what they did to India. But Indians, they are wise people. You understand? They know good thing when they see it. They know what is good for them. Now, Indians started during the time of colonialism. You see an Indian speaking a Hindi, Indian. He will be calling his brother, no, you people are Francophone. Then they say, no, you people are Spanish phone or Lusophone. But they are the same people. That question restructured all of them. That question, who is an Indian? He made India to fight for real independence, not this flag independence fought by Africans. Do you understand? They went by force. They said, let us suffer now instead of suffering forever in the future. You understand? They say, let us suffer now. Now, they went, the horror, they took by force, unified themselves by force. India, Francophone India, they say, hey, we are all brothers. Come, by force. Europeans do, they say, no. By force. Blood was shed. As of that time, they say, millions of internal refugees were recorded. Restructuring that time, movements of people. You see Indians that we are living in the side of Muslim Pakistan, Muslim that time, Islam, Muslim side. They have to come back. They say that is the price we have to pay, so that we don't continue paying prices forever. Our children will not continue paying prices together. I mean forever. That is exactly what Nigeria should have done. So that even people, let me tell you, Christians or people that we are suffering from the Sokoto Caliphate in the north, they would have all of them migrated and come back to the south. Anywhere that is good for them. You understand? And people that feel that like in a lorry, like in parts of Yoruba land, they should have gone back to parts of north, Sharia north. And today we would have had peace. Do you understand? India did that. He set an example. India. Very big example. What Africans never think about. All that matters to them is that now let them go. Now, like Azikiwe. Now can do now we do here now. The man little brain. Now we do here. Don't worry, we manipulate everybody. Don't worry. Britain don't worry, we will go. But we will make you regret your life. I know internally is what they told Azikiwe without speaking. But they said it without speaking out. And today, what is happening? Are we not regretting it? Look at the railway lines that were being laid by the colonial masters to carry coal, to carry different goods to Biafra land, to Igbo land. All have been removed under our eyes, and our politicians, what matters to them is kill IPOB, do this, kill them. They don't know, they don't care. Don't you know that there is something terribly wrong? That is why today I'm going to preach the gospel of Chukwuoke Abiam. Permanent solution to our collective problems. That is going to be the topic of my submission. It's going to be brief because I'm going to go into news headlines. There are many of them, honestly. What matters to our so-called political elite is how to be governor, how to be. They don't care what happens to us as a people. These people are demons that we are seeing. These are demons that we are seeing. The railway lines, no matter that it has not been functioning for a long time, but is there, led by the Europeans, colonial matters are being removed every day, and the people, we are doing our normal business as if everything is okay. It's very sad. How is the mighty fallen? How is the mighty fallen? Sometimes it beats my understanding. How can we fall so low like this? Anything concerning us, it doesn't matter if it goes. People don't care about what happens to us as a people, as a collectivity. What matters to them is to if they can enter to start looting. This is a curse. I say it is a curse. For your information, individual progress is nothing. You see, so individual progress is zero. I've been giving this example. Imagine you travel, you land into the zoo with some friends or foreign friends of yours. Maybe this is their first time of coming to the zoo with you. You just carry them to your village. Listen, for you to understand that individual progress is zero. They quantify you with your collectivity. That is it. You just land and went to your village with your friends. Oh, you have nice mansion. Walled up like, our houses, we wall it up like prisons, jails. Very bad. People think that is a good thing. Walling your house 10 meters. Put heavy gate. Sometimes, everybody, it's the system we are in. You think that is, congratulate yourself. You don't know that you are living in a big jail. You go to places where there is no wall, nothing. Everybody, you see each other, no, nothing. And you are free. So, first of all, what will greet your friends? You enter into your big gate. They saw wall. They say, they will tell you, are you going to jail? Is this a jail? Is this a prison? You say, no, it's my mansion. They say, okay. They look in your village. You have 2,000 meters or 10 kilometer square building. The wall everywhere is a wall, but in a big jail. Everything is inside, okay? But look at they look out. They go upstairs, they look out other places. In the night, everywhere is dark. Only your place, there is electricity. Through generator. All now, solar energy. Okay. Only your place is shining. We are friends, we are trying to check how they went upstairs and they check outside and they see everywhere is dark. How do you think that they will rate you? Okay, you are Churchinos or one. Oh, me. But the whole of the village is rubbish. Only you and one other person have good house and the electricity is shining. Other places, nothing. How do you think that your friends, they will look at you and keep quiet? They will just look at you. That looking at you says it all. Because they quantify you with everybody. They say, why are you like this? Everybody is poor. You are poor. Because when you cannot pray. Oh, no, I am the Chirozo. I am the. You see people coming to meet you. They see people coming to meet you. Miserable. You see people that are sick, that they don't even know, they are coming to beg you. You are sharing small money. And you are happy. How will your friends look at your foreign friends? They will look at you as stupid. You are like them, idiot. Is it not better for everybody to have, even if it is a duplex, small duplex in the whole village, and there will be electricity for everybody, than for one person having the home, one big giant mansion, whereas others are living in darkness? Do you see how they quantify that your selfish progress is nothing? Your selfish progress is nothing. Also, if a beggar Let me tell you, a beggar, an American beggar, that somebody dressed and bought his tickets, his passport, everything, and they came with because a beggar in America is American, maybe a drug addict. But you wash him and say, okay, come, let us go to Nigeria. Only that his passport as an American, once he landed at Murtala Mohammed Airport, he will get respect that he will never think about. Whereas in the streets of New York, in America, no person here is not a non-entity. Do you see what I'm saying? Collective progress is the best progress. That is why even Dangote, being the richest man in Africa, but he doesn't travel with Nigeria passport. Don't you see that? He's the richest man, but he doesn't travel with a Nigerian passport. You know? Because he is avoiding the embarrassment of the stigma carried by the Nigerian, that green passport. So he travels with other passports. Do you see that? So we must continue. The mistake of independence fighters, as I said, is they didn't ask the obvious questions. Instead, they were busy trying to be excited with the power. Let power be handed to them and they will do wonders. In a white man property. Nigeria created by white man. And you will do well. And they will just leave you. Let us be wise. You see why mental liberation is the number one. Because we discuss everything. We discuss every problem. We talk about solutions. We open our brains. We open our minds to issues, to superior arguments. That is what IPOB is for. Superior argument. Let superior argument reign. We don't care how it comes. Superior argument is what we are for. Therefore, let me go into some news that made headlines, please. Some news that made the headline. Before I go into the subject of my submission today. You know, let me tell you, the other day we have been hammering Mietiala that they have hidden. And a few days now they came out. You know, we smoke them out. You know how you smoke out what do you call it? Rabbit from the hole. I na-achụ nta itinye anwụrụ ọkụ ị na-asụ ya until the rabbit will run out. That is why Mietiala demands development of 415 grazing reserves, nomadic affairs ministry. Is Mietiala. We smoke them out of their hole. That is who IPOB is. When we push you, overwhelm you, you make mistake. That's it. We did it to BBC. And today, you know, sometimes I used to brag on BBC News, this and that. If I'm telling you in social media, if not, they are one of the most hated. You see BBC. If somebody say 99% of their comments is against or under BBC is against BBC. And it's true. Because people are sick and tired of fake news. Mainstream talking of how things are this and that. They are British fake news. We are tired of that. People are all over the world. Not only Biafrans. We are tired of that. Now, Mietiala Kutalhora. That was, this is 31st October news. Mietiala Kutalhora. Fulani Association has called on the federal government to establish the Federal Ministry of Nomadic Affairs with the task of broadening educational opportunities and addressing headers challenges. You ask them, sorry, what about the schools constructed by Goodluck Ebele Jonathan? More than hundreds of schools, state-of-the-art schools. Now they come out. We have been hammering them, say, where is Mietiala? What we hear today is a not, the not. Oh, vote for not. Oh, not. And the northern indigenous population being stupid and hopeless, just like their southern counterparts. Even Igbos, the same thing. The indigenous population in Nigeria in general, they are very gullible, stupid. That is why Fulani are using them, using their head to drink gogoro. I'm telling you. They will be, hey, we are the nuts. Anytime you know a baby, you can flatter a baby with anything. They will come and say, now the campaign is we the nuts. You see other northerners, Hausas will be glad. Oh, we are among the nuts. We are the nuts. Very stupid character. But thank God the Hausas are rising up. Thank God. Their brains are opening. Yes. I'm assuring you that. Mieti Alakut Al Hora. Fulani. They have come up. Asking for Ministry of nomadic affairs. So as they are nomads, now we will be nomad with them. Give them their own ministry. To God who made me, sometimes I don't blame the Fulanese. I say, not even sometimes, most of the times, I don't blame them. It's only sentiments that used to cause, but when I sit down, reason critically, I don't blame them. When you see people that are stupid, you exploit them. That is it. I don't blame them. They play superior politics. And the indigenous people that are inside that zoo called Nigeria, they are very hopeless and stupid. If not for the coming of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we would have been dying, swimming in our continuous gullibility and stupidity. The full Ottoman Danfodio came 1804-1808 and conquered the Hausas. Turned the Hausas against themselves. They killed themselves for a Fulani, for a foreigner. Okay. Now they instituted emirs, Fulani emirs, caliphates everywhere, Sokoto Caliphate, with other caliphate, vassal caliphates that are controlled by Sokoto Caliphate. Instituted. Dominated by the Fulani, all are the helms of affairs. And the indigenous people, they are bowing down to the Fulani. The Hausa, the same thing. But when it comes to politics also, they will call you, oh, we the Northerners. Oh, they are maltreating you, killing you, the Fulani. But you still attach yourself to them. Are you not stupid? Do you need pity? They will tell you, oh, go, let us go and kill Onyamiri, go and kill Igbo. They are the problem. And you are looking at Igbo, but they are taking over your land. Are you not stupid? Do you supposed to live? Do you supposed to live? In this world, we are in a world of exploitation. If you are gullible and stupid, you become exploited. It's allowed. Do you know that? It is completely allowed. Even the Bible you are reading. Jacob exploited Esau. He saw his weakness as somebody that cannot endure hunger. He can do anything to, he used it to exploit his brother, his elder brother, and made him sold his birthright. Did God kill Jacob? I'm telling you something from something you know, so that you count your teeth. Something you read every day. That is why I say we learn from everything. God even rewarded Jacob many folds that you're a very smart guy. You're very smart. Your brother is useless, so he will die in stupidity. His generations will always be servants because all that matters for them is their stomach. All that matters for Esau is the stomach, belly. I want to eat. With the food, he can sell his dignity. So his brother, very smart, exploited him through his weak point. Why am I saying this? The Fulani they are playing superior politics. The Hausas that should be rising up to be fighting against the Fulani, they will rally them around and say, "Oh, we are the Northerners. We are Muslims. So come, let us vote for us. You again, instead of kill on Yamani." And you foolishly do that. Is it not why you are turned into Almajiris today? That is a punishment to stupidity. When you are stupid, you become punished. Because this is the law of nature. You become exploited because you are stupid. So that is it. People that are exploiting you, the Fulani, they put Fulani governors. In even majority Hausa states, they put Fulani governor. Look at in Kaduna, they put Rufai. And today, the Kaduna Fulani, they are taking over the Hausa people's land, ancestral homes. But during the election, they will come and tell you, we are not an ass, or you come and vote. And you stupidly do that because you cannot think. Because you are stupid. Mietiala is demanding development of grazing reserves all over the zoo, all over Nigeria, and nomadic affairs ministry. And under the Nigerian setting, they will get it. You will see, it's a Hausa man, Nupe person, other northern ethnicities will come and support. They say, yeah, we are Northerners. Yeah, do it for us. Fulani, they will say, this is for the development of the North. We not. So and the other tribes will sheepishly follow. Very stupid, gullible. It is for you to come out of your stupidity. Me, I'm telling us our weak points, which is being used. They are being exploited by the Sokoto Caliphate, the Fulani Caliphate. That is the reality. We need to come out from stupidity. Igbo people now, look at, put money, he will say his mother. As long as now because another thing, and they are exploiting it. Do you hear the clip I played before? What happened in Alaba International Market? Every time Igbo people are begging, give us a conducive environment to do business in Alaba now. Not every time. Look at the way they are troubling, exploiting them. They're still there. They don't think. They don't reason critically. And you say that these are people that are supposed to live? If not for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I'm telling you honestly, sometimes you say no, if it is to wipe away the whole people. If not for Mazi, for the sake of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and the few IPOB hardcore that are genuine, honestly, that is it. Otherwise, because when you see the characters exhibited by our people, sometimes you become afraid of even our race. All these things are happening. They don't think. They don't think, nah, how long? Okay, we in this generation, we are suffering this and still living in Lagos, establishing, developing. They will be exploiting us. They are there for you to develop, to establish. Now they swing into action. Abros will be there, eating from you. People that doesn't work, they will just sit down there, be collecting from you. And they'll be calling you, you are hard-working Igbo man. Or now talking very stupid. Or now talking, we are hard-working. Ordinary infrastructure we don't have in our land. The railway line we have that was not even established by the Nigerian government, but by the British, the colonial master.
Coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi from Alo province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct, and today is the 7th day of the 11th month, being November in the year of our Lord 2022. Today is Monday, being Obochafo. Today is our 4th day in our own calendar. Why am I putting this? Because we need to be sounding, at least we need to be having ingredients of originality in everything we are doing. It is the right thing to do. That is why I used to talk about it. Today is our 4th day. Please, if you want to know our market days, our local Igbo calendar, go to Google and upload Igbo calendar. Finish. There are many of them. Upload it and put it on your phone. Igbo calendar is there. Very good job by our people that put it there. Is in Google. You go and put it, download it. Is in the Google. That is the beauty of having this technology at our disposal. I am late. It is not the fault of mine anyway, because I know, time has changed in many parts of the world, but in Biafra land it is the same time. So we must continue sticking to the same time, because Biafra is 0 latitude and 0 longitude degrees, 0 degrees longitude and 0 degrees latitude. Where time started. People don't understand this. We ignorantly we mention or take Greenwich as the standard. Whereas they can change time, they can change their time. Greenwich Meridian. No. It is Biafra time. It is as constant as Northern Star. Other continents, other geographical locations can change their time. Somehow they have changed yesterday and today. But Biafra land remains constant. So, as you may see, somebody before me, he took some of my time, and we are doing the same thing. There is no problem about it, but we must continue what we are doing. Therefore, once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra Hausa service, coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi. We are here live and direct, the 7th day of the 11th month, being November 2022. We must continue. Our leader is Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon, irrespective of the fact that the Nigerian court has released him, but here he is still there. But he must be released. We say it without fear or favor. He must be released. Also, we have to put more pressure, more efforts. Each and every one of us, it is our duties. I love what some of our people are doing even in some Biafra villages, like in Omaka. I think yes, I watch it on social media. They did programs, did something, create awareness for the release of our leader. It is our right. Any gathering we engage in our various communities in Biafra land, you have to make it public that our leader must be released. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he is the known, everybody knows it. Everybody knows it now. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is representing our land, Biafrans. He is the symbol of our suffering. Now is not the time in order to start making jest of issues. No. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. The leader of millions of people must be released. The Nigerian court has discharged and acquitted him, and we must continue putting pressure any way we should and we could, and our leader must be released. You know, there's something we Biafrans, we don't even know the importance of our sheer number, population. With our highly energized population, we can do everything is possible for us, even in the Nigeria setting. But the problem is ignorance. We don't know the power we have. That is the problem. And that is why today I'm going to, the topic of my submission is about conquering ignorance. Conquering ignorance. That will be the topic of my submission today. Ignorance makes us, we don't know the power we have as a people. That is why most of us engage in individual survival instead of prioritizing social collective survival. There are some of our people, they don't care about what happens to us as a people, and that is the greatest ignorance. Do you understand? The greatest problem. What matters to them is how they are, their personal private survival and enrichment, even if it is to the detriment of our collective interests. It doesn't matter to them. It's very, very sad indeed. It's part of the ignorance. That is why here we preach, we educate ourselves, we discuss, we have real intellectual discussions about our basic problems in order to shine light to our brains, illuminate our brains to start thinking like normal human beings, reason critically. Therefore, before I continue, as you may have known, after tomorrow, the head of the directorate of the HOD of the DOS, Mazi will be live here by 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Biafra time. It's because of the time shift anyway. So, sometimes once the time is shifted, even your workplace, you come back, they shift their time of coming down from work. So that is it. So it will be 8 p.m. Biafra time on Wednesday the 9th. Therefore, let me continue on reading some news that made headlines, please. News that made headlines. Okay. This news, Nigeria government behind Senator Ekwuremado's ordeal, bias against him over his Igbo origin. That is Ohaneze Ndi Igbo, the youth wing of the Igbo Socio-Cultural Organization. Serve the zoo and come back in shame. That is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, chapter 1, verse 1. Serve the zoo and come back in shame. Okay. One thing I want to also bring out in this news is this. Nigeria setting, Nigeria conditioned us into even defending criminals Do you see it? That is what Nigeria has conditioned us into. No matter what, now you know Ekremad is a criminal. Now, I mean, ethnic sympathy will go there. You know, many door no jo door one kata, according to one of our Igbo adages. When you look at issues, when you look at things, politicians that are looting, politicians of Fulani origin, extraction, they are free to loot. You see what is happening today about this naira. There you shake the rotten nairas that are the quantity of discovered naira that has spoiled in the hands of politicians. When you look at it, you see the pure wickedness. All these things make you see why black people are suffering all over the world. Pure wickedness. You know, there is something. This tribal jingoism, this primitive tribalism is still in Africa. Yes, we are tribal people. Yes, we should be. Every human being is tribal. But there is a way now, because of the Nigerian setting, because of the way they put Nigeria together, we that suppose that value excellence, we have to, sometimes you are forced to defend criminals of Igbo extraction. I don't know whether people understand what I mean. It is very sad. You know, when you look at a Kuremado, he's a criminal. He's a killer of his people. Remember, when IPOB asked him, threw him raw eggs to prevent him from just to make sure that he don't enter to go that New Yam festival in Germany. Now, when IPOB try to ask question, protest, do you remember at the early stage of IPOB, when our leader was firing on all cylinders in this hallowed platform on Radio Biafra? Do you remember when people, Nigerians, journalists, we are jumping up and down, say, no, the problem of Igbo people is not Nigeria. Go and hold your politicians responsible, because every state have allocations. You know, you are senators, you are governors. I don't know whether, you know, our people, we have 15 minutes, we have 15 minutes memory. But IPOB, we are different. We remember. I said that time, every time, even on Channel television, on every media outlet, they said, no, this IPOB, what you are talking against Nigeria is not your problem. Nigeria is not your problem. The federal is not your problem. Hold your state governors are accountable. Hold your senators accountable. Ask them questions. Hold them accountable, because they are the people, they have the money to develop your land, so hold them accountable. They are the people. Okay, you know, I know Ajubu before I hear. We say, okay, we are going to start holding them accountable. Okay, they say Fulani, Nigeria is not our problem. Okay, let us start by holding our politicians responsible. We saw a Kuremado coming to eat yam in Germany. IPOB told him, we abide by the advice of Nigerian, both Fulani, Nigerian journalists, all of them, the Yoruba Gota media, all of them, other politicians, they say, no, don't put us in your problem is your politicians, so hold them accountable. Okay, we say, okay, we will hold them accountable. We will start, don't worry. We will start by holding them accountable. We held Ekweremadu accountable first. We protested unto him. We threw him rotten eggs and held him and tore his shirt. We didn't beat him because we just want him to. We ask him, why are you eating yam here? Whereas even Enugu Iguacha Road, where is the money? People are suffering, and you want to come to Germany to eat yam? Say no. Go back. He refused. He started showing that he's a sports person, no matter his age, that he can run. He wanted to run to enter into that auditorium. And we confronted him. We manhandled him. And after all hell broke loose, those people that are telling us, that have been telling us, oh, hold their politicians responsible. Oh, it is you and them, so it doesn't concern us, the general Nigeria. And we have done it. Now the whole Nigeria broke loose. Now they say Ekweremadu now as the speaker or deputy speaker of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They now forgot that they are the people that told us hold them responsible. They are Igbo people. They are Biafrans like you. They are your political representatives. So any of your woes is them that are causing it. And we abided, and we started by holding Ekweremadu responsible. But everything now they change the voice. They say no. Why should we touch Ike Ekweremadu? He's a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is no more representing us. Now they turn it that he is a senator of Federal Republic of Nigeria. That they have to use diplomatic means in order to send all Biafrans away from Germany, from Europe. They threatened fire and brimstone. They made moves in Germany, but Germany is a country that obeys their laws. German police and prosecutor told Nigerian embassy that, look, what are you running? What are you running around? Do you think that we are you? Do you think that Germany is Nigeria? We are. These are their politicians. Politicians are responsible for the people. The people have the right to ask politicians questions, even to throw them raw eggs, to throw them pancake. You know that? To slap them because you are serving the people. If the people are annoyed, they can do anything. If you want now, go to court. You cannot order us start arresting everybody, every Biafra you see in Germany. And that case, they went into shame. Since that day, I've been watching. I say, since that episode, you never hear anybody, any Nigerian, whether journalists, coming to tell Biafrans, oh no, hold your politicians responsible. They are the people causing your woes. No, that one died. Now the same Ekweremadu now had a criminal problem in London. He is languishing in jail. In jail, Nimo Longa. On Nimo Longa. Come queer Konya on our time. Maybe room on now. Rational Nenya. Maybe 2 hours a day. Kaputa Garia Batiuku. Hey, enter inside, like ordinary criminal he is. That is because they don't know, they don't care about your social status. After all, you have billionaires in jail. Madoff was in jail. Whether I think he's still alive or he's dead, I've forgotten. But Madoff, you have there. You know, UK is a country that is civilized. Law is one thing. They don't care who are you. You see, lose trust. She resigned. This is a civilized country. Because of one catastrophe, financial budget catastrophe. And she resigned after 44 days. With other things, maybe they say they hacked her phone. because she is amateur. They had to have phone and found out many things. So I'm not going there anyway. But this man is no more the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now those that he served, those that applauded him, you know what they used to do. The Fulani Caliphate used to do in Biafra land to all these politicians. They would bring money, award a contract for our road. They will award a contract. They will give the governor the money, billions and billions of naira or dollar. Say, okay, now you are our man. This money we have to have our court. Asorok have to have his court. No, don't worry, don't do that contract. It is we that is going to probe you. We are not probing you. So out of this 100 billion naira or 200 billion naira, Asorok, you divide it into two. Take one, just pocket it, and we will sign that that contract has been fulfilled. Finish. We divide it into two, 200 billion naira. 100 billion is for you. Asorok, we that provide the federal, we the Fulani. Asorok is for 50-50. Who will challenge you? We will bring military to kill them. He will laugh. Lahaji. That is why they say, yeah, it's like that. You don't know that all these things are blackmail. They are keeping all those things in order to control you. So that tomorrow you cannot rise up against them. They will bring it that you eat 200 billion. No, you cannot come out because there is no proof to tell people that out of this 200 billion we divided it into two. Asorok has half. You see how our people are stupid, very stupid set of people. What I'm telling you is reality. Ask people if you are near a governor or your father is a governor or is a senator. Ask him in confidentiality. Ask him. What I'm telling you is true. It's true. They will bring that contract, that Enugu Port Harcourt road, maybe have been built in paper for several times. The money is shared between the federal government, that is the presidency, with the governor or senators that are in charge. Now they share it. But one problem, if they want to bring you down, now they'll probe you. Carry everything, put on the useless Igbo politician's head and say he is corrupt. He looted 100 billion for road appointment or 200 billion. They will carry, you have no proof because that money, you don't have any paper, no documentation that they took, that the presidency took. Do you remember Okpabia? I think for Niger Delta Commission something. When they wanted to probe him, he said he will mention names of Asorok that they shared the money with. When they pop up a commission, one woman tried to ask a reasonable question. The person in charge shunned him down and said, no, don't worry, it's over. You don't know. Nigeria is a joke. And Nigeria is a joke. No man's land, honestly. So now, it will turn now that with his sentiments, is a bias against a Kuremada. Nigeria system will turn people now to start defending a criminal. Do you see the miserable situation, the mess we are in Nigeria? Do you see it? Very pathetic situation. Had it been we are in running our life as Biafrans, any politician that loot one shishi, people will go to his house or burn him alive. But in the Nigeria setting, when you see other Fulani that they are looting with impunity and they are being defended by their people, painstakingly we are forced to say, look at lorry loads, containers of naira that has rotted out. It became manure. Do you see the wickedness? That money, only that money can give Nigeria like electricity. But they will not do it. They are looting. You see some politicians now, they are throwing their money, going to give people. Hey, they go to gathering, they give, I donate so millions of naira. They pay, bring cash where they build warehouses for money. And you think that there are goods there. No, money, cash, naira, euro, dollar, every type of currency is there. This is a place God punishes us by sending that lugard to put us into this mess. We're in a complete mess. Sometimes I say, why not we start, open suicide bombing, honestly, to clear everything. Because sometimes you feel that why should we be in this mess? Why should we be in this mess in the first place? Because Nigeria is a complete mess where nobody has a conscience, nobody, no law, nothing. You see, oh, Chineke is okay. We must continue. So let us continue. Now, let me read another news headline. More than 1,700 residents kidnapped by bandits in 6 months. Kaduna State Government. 1,700 residents kidnapped by bandits in 6 months. Do you see? But does it make news? Is there any brouhaha about who are these bandits? All you hear is, Southeast insecurity. Insecurity. But all these ones, you don't hear them. They don't make any big deal out of it because the Fulani are on the rampage. In Kaduna, in Benue, everywhere, they're on the rampage. And the people embrace them. It became a way of life. Instead, all of them are against they program people to watch Igbo man. Igbo man, please, let us put him on that check. But people are being kidnapped, killed, slaughtered every day in every part of the zoo. It doesn't make any noise, no brouhaha, nothing. All you hear is, it's Southeast, they are IPOB, this and that. And they programmed our consciousness to be like that. No, we must continue. Yoruba Nation agitators reportedly attack soldiers, seize rifle. We encourage them in order to do what they should be doing. Something that happened this day, yesterday or day before yesterday. These are in every movement, freedom movement. There are traitors. People should understand it. There are traitors and they are genuine people. And you see in that episode, some of the hierarchy have started resigning. So we should always be at alert and careful. All that glitters are not gold. Let me tell you, we Biafrans, our modus operandi is different. We are people that has been raped, that have been cajoled, that has been denied, humanity. We have been denied access to humanity or human beingness. Let me put it like that. People that we have been killed, slaughtered. No, we are just like orphans. No person talks for us. That is why when you see how Biafrans behave, even on social media, I don't blame anybody. There's one, I don't know. But imagine people that has been killed, slaughtered for many years. Genocides have been committed against us. No person, people want us to pretend as if it never happened. Millions of us were killed, slaughtered during the war. Till today, our properties are being burnt. We are being slaughtered with impunity. And you want us to be gentle, law-abiding citizen? And when we come, before we make comments, we beg you, can we make this type of comment, sir? You are sick. Look at what do you call it? Railway lines in our land. They are being removed. No person is talking. No politician is speaking. If not only IPOB that is raising alarm, it has ricocheted to, I think, one Anglican priest. I think in Enugu. We have governors. We have senators. They are not talking. They are not. You see that we are on our own. We don't have no seaports. Notwithstanding that we are surrounded by sea and water bodies. No way. We don't have no international airport. Do you understand? We are denied of all this. If you want to travel abroad from Biafra land, you will either take flight, enter Abuja or Lagos or any northern side before taking off. And you don't want, you think that we should keep quiet and be gentle John. Is that what you think? The answer is no. I was telling one Yoruba man one time, I said, look, if you want to know how painful it is, let Nigeria remove Murtala Mohammed International Airport, put it in Owerri or Enugu or Iguacha, Port Harcourt or Calabar even. Now you don't have an international airport, you don't have a seaport. Think Kanu Wharf, you close it. Apapa Wharf, you close it. When Yorubas are importing, they will import through One or through Onisha or through Calabar. Now use road, carry it with check military, custom, military, police, civil defense checkpoints every inch of the way till Ondo, till Ibadan, till Lagos. If you want to travel to any part of the world outside Nigeria, now you drive, or you enter bus, or you enter another local flight, come to Owerri before taking off. Now, when you have all these deficiencies, now you tell me how gentle you will remain. We Igbo people, we Biafrans, we carry for body. Honestly speaking, we carry, somebody said, as long as you are an Igbo man born into this world, once you start maturing, having brain as a human being, you will understand, in the Nigeria setting, you will understand that you are born into a struggle. That is it. That you are born into a struggle, that you have to start fighting for freedom. Naturally, not even IPOB, you will know, you should know. As long as you are born of Igbo tribe in Nigeria, while growing up, you start understanding something that, look, no, there's something wrong. I'm born into a very big struggle. I am in a mess, so we need to struggle. So it's something that we are dealing with. So when you see people, our people, fighting like a lion, insulting on social media, don't ever tell them to be gentle, please. I'm telling you honestly. Don't ever, you that is gentle slave, don't ever tell them to be gentle. Because no people will pass what we have passed through and remain gentle. No. Britain knows. They know. That is why when they see, Britain, these people, they know that we are a people that has been wronged. We are people that has been wronged. You understand? You see Adeyinka grandson, I think whether he's still fighting for his deportation and he's deported. Do you think it's easy? If he's a Biafran, they will never deport him. They will never. Because they know in their heart of hearts that these people we are wronged. When they look that he's a Yoruba man, no, he is still fighting. Oh no. These Igbo people that we killed, even Harold Wilson made it a policy that millions of dead bodies, dead children of Biafra will never change British policy, United Kingdom's policy. Do you see that? Inside them, they know that we are a people that has been wronged. So we need to up the demo. We need to increase our efforts in the fighting. Don't relent. We continue fighting like lions, bears, jaguar, puma, any type of wild beast. We have to, because they turned us, they made us feel that we are not part of this world. We are rejected by everybody. That is it. Because when you see what is happening to us right from onset, you see that we are people that are wronged. They will tell you they always also go back. They killed the 1966 coup. They killed this one, Sadwana of Sokoto, and they killed Akintola, and they killed this one, and they killed. Why? They're still talking tough. Notwithstanding millions of our people that we are unjustly slaughtered, massacred. Study the Rwandan genocide and see the cause. The cause of Rwandan genocide. You know, I used to say it here. Let me refresh your mind. Some Tutsis, they fired on and brought down the presidential jet that was conveying a presidential jet, the then president of Rwanda. He's a Hutu, an opposite tribe, with his personal assistants and PAs and chief of staffs. All are Hutu. All of them died. That is exactly. Not to see all the leadership of the Hutus, they were killed. The president and with all others, they were killed in that plane crash caused by the Rwandan. It's allegation anyway, because it's not proven yet. Because it can be that it's a foreign force that did that in order to turn the tide. We understand, but the allegation is of Tutsi rebels that time that fired and brought down the aircraft that turned the people. They massacred the Tutsis. You understand? Tutsis and moderate Hutus, those that are supporting or hiding these Tutsi. They are Hutus, but if they find you that they are hiding any of the Tutsi, you will be killed also. Do you understand? So, but after that genocide, they didn't take solace and say, no, they killed our president and all our hierarchy military and kings. That is why we massacre them. And the world say, okay, you are right. You are right. Okay, yeah, and leave. People are still serving jail sentences today. The world said, no. Whatever that is of politics or military coup or anything, it doesn't concern civilians. They judged this in 1994. That is why they started hunting those responsible for the genocide. The Hutus. You understand? Exactly the same thing. In 1966 coup, Nzogo, Albert, Nzogo, and all of them, Ifajina, the coup planners. They wanted to save Nigeria. And they planned a coup that killed some people of other tribes. Now, some prominent politicians. Now, because of that, now they have the right to slaughter both pregnant women, Igbo pregnant women, children, everybody. That not enough. In 1966, they staged a very genocidal war. And when we talk about this, when we are saying this, the world is listening. Do you know that this thing was raised up as a case of genocide in the United Nations, but Britain shut it down and blocked it till today. That there is not a Biafran genocide should never be discussed. Do you know that? When United Kingdom, when we left UK, so that you understand what it means. They killed us, they allowed us to be slaughtered because of our natural resources, and they are drinking it today. And they continue telling us in our face that, look, you are going nowhere. This Nigeria we put you in, this cage is where you stay. I loathe United Kingdom. I'm saying it on air with all my might. I'm telling you honestly. I loathe it. I loathe them. Because they killed us. And they continue killing us, facilitating our slaughtering. So I cannot love them. If I love them, I'm a stupid person. You understand me? If I love my enemy, I am very foolish. The Bible says, love your enemies. You are stupid. Hate your enemies. Hate them with all the venoms in your heart. If you see your enemy that wants to kill you, and you see him, you are in a position to kill him, kill him. If it is anyhow you can do that, that makes you a human being. Stop this rubbish. Love your enemies. Love your enemies, right? So, all these things are in our heart. That is why you see Biafrans on social media. We fight, we release our frustration because we, even to some, I lost hope in humanity. I lost faith in humanity. When you study what happened to us and continue happening to us, I say no. Are we not human beings? Are we abstract or what? Why is Britain doing all these things? Covering up. They are, look at the little few fraction of oil bunkering that Britain is conducting. Just few fraction, only for that one is forgotten, isn't it? What of others? What of the one they are doing officially? All this, the reason why they are slaughtering us, they are allowing people we don't know to continue slaughtering us. And Katrina Liang will come up and say, Nigeria unity is non-negotiable. Do you see how I wish we shall be free? Anyway, we shall be free. No problem. But we must continue. Britain wants to, they are running their country very well, but they don't want us to run our lives well. No. They want to, who are these animals? That is what they call us. Who are we to even rise up? Are we animals? That is the reality. So we must continue. Let me, as I said, they are running their country. They say Christmas lights cancelled all over United Kingdom this festive period due to energy crisis. They are doing their country great, they don't care about your feeling of religion. They look at what is good for, because they are having energy crisis. So all these lights everywhere will consume more and bring more problem. You understand? Which is the right thing to do. But they don't allow us to do what is good for us, for ourselves. Instead, they dictate what they want us to do. Because for them, we are lower human beings. We must liberate ourselves. We must liberate ourselves. If you are fighting 10% before, please double it. Because when you see all these injustices in our life, on ourselves, you see people imposing things on us. Just like one person is, he want to impose leadership on us also. Look at Lekwana Aleka. They call Koi media, I don't know. Aleka. He want to impose who is our leader. That is because who's in Biafra. We are so cheap, so any person can come and impose anybody on us. This is your leader. Honestly, but we must continue. So, as I was saying, we will never relent. This freedom, let me tell you, you see the Tigray, and I've been saying it here anyway, the Ethiopian Tigray war that is going on. Do you know that during Eritrea war, Tigray, they are the people that carry it on the head because they were in power that time in Ethiopia. That they were the people that carry it on head that they fought Eritrea as Ethiopians. They fought that you people are not going anywhere. We must all be Ethiopians, this and that. Do you see how the world is changing? Eritrea fought like a wounded lion, and today they are free. They are running their lives. Now, Tigray now fall out with their lovers in Ethiopia. And now they say, no, they want to go. They are not want to go. Do you see how life is? Eritrea is already free. And Tigray, was the person, the people championing that Eritrea will never be free. They fought Eritrea, killed Eritrea. But Eritrea succeeded. Today, it is the turn of Tigray. Do you know what is happening? Now, Ethiopia went and signed a contract with Eritrea as a sovereign nation now. Do you see how this world is? Say, please come and help us to fight Tigray, because they know that Eritrea is harboring animosity against the Tigrayans. And Tigray, with all pleasure, they now sent weapons from their side. Do you know that even Tigray refugees is entering Eritrea? Do you see how the world is turning? And they are accepting them. Refugees to save themselves. People that we are heavy enemies, that we are, sworn enemies before. Do you see how the world is? That is why whatever that is happening to us, we will continue fighting. Don't worry, tomorrow things will change. Be assured of that. Tomorrow things will change. Those that because of they have airport and seaport, they have to control Igbos, we import the containers through them, so no need. Tomorrow things will change. We continue doing what we should. That is the reality, and do it without relenting. That's it. Consistency. We shall win. That is the assurance in it. Nigerians lament increasing cases of illegal withdrawals from bank accounts with connivance with officials. It's a criminal country. A country where everybody is a criminal. Without criminality, you cannot succeed in Nigeria. You cannot make a living. And the worst part of it is that everybody is fanatical in his or her religion. That is one thing that baffles me. But everybody is a criminal. Even banks, before you know, they'll send you a debit alert. Somebody say, they send me 400 naira is removed. Do you know every time they remove, every day they remove for 400 naira, for example, some 500 naira from millions of people. Do you know what it is? Everybody is stealing. Everybody is a criminal. Some of those people that are doing it, even inside the bank managers and the bank workers, some of them are pastors, some of them are imams, some of them are prayer warriors. That's why when I look at you people, I'm saying, you people should be ashamed. There is religion can never make you a better people. Never. is only good system. A system with law, where law and order is implemented. That is the only thing that can make a good system. Now they see politicians are stealing, looting, bank officials are the same thing. Are you talking of then ordinary people will not be left out? Anywhere they see Yahoo boys, they were there. Police, the looting, military, everybody. But come Friday prayers, you see crowd. Allah Akbar. Is it not a joke? Is it not a joke? System is superior to religion. And that is what we are trying to get. That is why when I see people with religious sentiments, I'm telling you. Because there should be no sentiment, religious sentiment on nation building. Never. Never. You understand me? Never. Because system is superior to prayers, to religion. What is happening in Nigeria? If the system turns everybody into criminals, no matter that the churches are bound every nook and crannies, mosques everywhere, other religions, everybody is fanatical. But what is the result? Criminality. We must continue. PDP presidential candidate Atiku admits his party is corrupt, but notes that the ruling APC is more corrupt. That is the standard. The standard you are being, you are inside. A presidential candidate say, yeah, my party is corrupt, but the other one is more corrupt than us. So that's it. That is the unfortunate situation that Nigerians are made to live inside. A substandard, lower standard of a human being. Very, very sad indeed. I don't know whether if I can go to the topic of my submission, but let's go because of time. Transparency issues. Because this article's admission of that his party is corrupt. Do you know that only that normally in a normal country, only this admission disqualified them or disqualify him from being a presidential candidate. But Nigeria is not a normal country. It's a no man's land. Where they have written, do you see, they don't even campaign. There's something I witnessed. The only person that now will P2B. I will water Nigeria. I will make all of you. I will put this and that. I will, the normal thing, the normal mantra. But people don't ask, how are you going to do this? How? Sir, please tell us. In a Nigerian setting, where there are people that believe that they own Nigeria, how are you going to bypass that ideology? How are you going to do this? Others are not even campaigning. They don't care. They invite them for discussion, for debate. They don't go. Because they have written the whole result already. Waiting. Say this one, go run around, go. The whole Fulani in Africa, they have given them Nigeria identity card with PPVC. You don't see the revelations of Hope Uzodinma. He registered people that were born 1900. Some are Chinese name, some are Vietnamese name, some are people that doesn't exist. These are the names of what you are going to see as a result. They have come. That's why they don't care about talking to the zombies, the dead bodies they call Nigerians. So, are you the people putting me there? That is it. But Nigerians don't decode. They are running around. When they go, just only what they talk is, we Northerners, don't vote for South, don't vote for Igbo man. We are Northerners, so no Igbo man can rule us. Pump and plain, case closed, and he go his way. Because they have done what they're supposed to do. Do you see what is happening? Do you see the democracy they say they put? You know, when you, if you rent a house or go into a house, an apartment, and you see that the place, the soccer is leaking, I mean the WC is leaking, some places needs touching. As a human being, what are you going to do? You are going to retouch all those things. Call a plumber. You are going to call people to come and fix all these things, because you are not going to continue staying there like that, being indifferent. That no, it doesn't matter. Let me stay like that. Why you a human being? You are not an. If it's an animal, if it's a dog, it don't have to repair. You don't have to do any repairs. He will stay there. Only what matters for him is the food. But as a human being, you make repairs where necessary in the house that you are living. Now, what am I saying? Or why am I saying this? Nigeria, they show you that, look, elections, what the Europeans put you into as electioneering is democracy. After all, it is not that. And you continue every 4 years, you come, they give you nice talk, they will give you money to vote, give you this and that. I will bring electricity in if I'm in office under 2 months. I will fix everything. Insecurity, oh, everywhere will be like Dubai under 6 months. And you see Nigerians continue the same cycle. There I ask, are Nigerians real human beings? The answer is no, they are not. Because if they are real human beings, they should know that, look, we have been deceived once, twice, thrice, every time, the same deception. There is a problem. Let us go. This is not the case of voting. Let us find out what is the problem, what is our problem. We should find out first. But will they do that? No way. Will they think like that? No way, because they are dead bodies. They are dead bodies. He said they will connive. Now, if it is one cup of rice that they reach, national cake, I don't chop, election, okay, now wow, and like that too, because they are dead bodies. They don't understand. Because if they are proactive or reactive, they are human beings that are real reactive. Nigeria should understand that, look, our fundamental problem is not this election. We have been deceived several times. The same talk. I will do this. Oh, not Igbo man, Yoruba man, Hausa man. Okay, this and that. No. Let us fix our problems, because it is our problems. Let us forget about UK. Because they are not the people suffering what we are suffering. We are the people suffering it. So let us go to the basics of our problems. No, but they will not do it. Because there are people that are eating out of the misery of their people. There are people that are billionaires in dollar. I saw $10 higher. He rented a yacht, super yacht of 3 millions of dollars. Renting or not buying, renting for his birthday. In a country where more than 70% lives below poverty line. Do you know what it means? More than 70% of the people in Nigeria, they don't even know what next meal will be. Whether they are not sure of eating the next meal. You understand? But you see in the same country, a billionaire that steal money, because all of them, how they made money is through them, all of them, through oil, our oil. When you see the father of the video, all, just go and study their back, their beginnings. You see, all is once you enter into the channel, you start sucking oil, bunkering. From there, politicians will now be using you to launder money, and that is it. That is the sad situation we are in. Very, very sad. A time will come, if Nigeria continues going, people will be blowing themselves up with others in their personal suicide bombing. I'm telling you, because the wickedness there is out of this world. I'm telling you honestly. It is very, very sad. You see people hoarding cash because they don't need it. They hoard, store money. They don't. How much are they going to spend? They just sign contracts that they don't do. They share the money. If it is 300 billion naira, they get it and use trailer load the money, go and build the warehouse and keep it there. How much are you going to spend? How much? Look at Bat Bola Ahmed Tinubu. A miserable person in America before. Now he go back and say Nigerian politician. He enter politics and he become a billionaire. Jagaban. And people don't ask and say, no, wait a minute. Why should we even talk about this man? A criminal. He did the drug business in America. That's true. That's true. Because he was a hustler. That is why you see people in America, many of them are just fantasizing. Their wish is to go back into Nigeria politics. And we are seeing it. Very sad indeed. Very sad. People are not asking or trying to say, but this man shouldn't be even come to be presidential candidate. All those cash you are sharing, oh, I tap from you in Jesus' name. Oh, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now wow, van, bullion van. Now wow, hey, Anetia. Oh, but he loots everybody dry. Do you see the standard of human being we are? People without honor, no class, no integrity. Do you understand? That is why when white people are watching us, they laugh. They treat us with disdain because they see us as people without conscience, people without class, and they treat us as people without class. I'm telling you honestly. If you allow criminals to come up openly and you praise them, people you know they loot everything, they did everything horrible in order to loot money, and you accept them to be at the helms of affairs of you. Now it makes you, how do you think that the Westerners should treat you? As lower human beings? Because they will never allow it. They are not religious, but they are pure. Do you understand? When it comes to running their countries, they are pure. That is why Lustros, she resigned 44 days only after being in that office. Can a Nigerian do that? Can monkeys do that? Where they are praying that, oh, let him, he's our criminal, let him be there, no problem. We must continue. Transparency issues becloud 1 billion barrels oil discovery in the north. All this northern, discover oil in Kaduna, they discover oil in Lake Chad Basin in Meduguri. Where are they? Let me tell you what they do. You see the pipe. Have you forgotten that there has been pipe right from time? Right from independence, there is a pipeline that has been from our land to whether Kaduna. A build underground tank. From there, immediately from there, they are every day. Hundreds of tankers are entering into Niger, sucking oil from there, entering into Niger. This is one thing good Lord Jonathan tried to stop. People don't understand what this Fulani Caliphate is doing us. People don't understand. That is why they are bastardly rich. That is why they loot. Do you know what is crude oil? It's cash flowing in every day to the extent you don't even know what to do with it. You build a house for cash. That is what is happening. That pipe that is in from Biafra land to Kaduna, now in the reserve, they built a reserve that is more than a community. From there, they are taking oil to Niger, selling illegally. It doesn't concern Nigeria, it's for them. So every day they are making millions of dollars. Now from there, these people, they will connive. They will gather and say, no. How do we talk? How do we? They say, okay, we discover oil in Meduguri, in Kaduna. It's 1 billion barrel. That time is they are looking away in order to deceive the gullible indigenous people, mostly in the south and Biafrans. Hey, you have discovered it, and they say they are digging it. Look at where it's coming from. You don't know that it's oil. They put pipe. They pipe from Biafra land to Kaduna. Don't you ask that? That oil this thing in Kaduna, doesn't it fill up? Where is it? They are removing it from there. When you see, they say, no, we discover oil here. I say, indigenous people in Nigeria, we are the most foolish people on earth. That is why Fulani, they are doing what they are doing. If any of us, any politician of Biafran origin saw it and someone, they will carry crumb and give to him and say, don't talk. And also menace him. Say, don't talk, just come, take this crumb. We'll be giving you this crumb, and if you talk, you die. So the person prefer, okay, let me join them now. That is how pathetic it is. We are in a sorry situation. As long as we are in Nigeria, we are in a sorry situation. I'm telling you, we are in danger, existential danger. Let me go direct to the topic of my submission. I don't know whether I will, just few minutes, please. Conquering ignorance. We are in this mess partly because of ignorance also of doing things. Yes. Now, let me start by saying that man is created with underdeveloped brain, which is ignorance. When you have your brain is underdeveloped, or it's not the undeveloped brain, not underdeveloped, undeveloped brain, sorry, undeveloped. It is simply ignorance. You don't know anything. A baby that was born, he don't know nothing. That is how man came into the world. Undeveloped brain, that is ignorance. Which means ignorance is natural, is there. Now, it is for man to seek for knowledge. It is for man to seek to develop his own brain. Do you understand? It is for man now to seek to develop his own brain. Do you understand what I mean? Remember, I'm talking about conquering ignorance. Men and women create knowledge through the rigorous scientific investigation of the universe around them. You create knowledge. Everything we are seeing today that is created, that is discovered, is knowledge. Do you understand? There is something I put on my wall. One quote I made. Sometimes when you have some inspiration, you just come and make some immediately. The way it come into I want to Jonas, JONASRAFEEL, with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's effigy or emblem on it. You scroll down, you see it. Belief is simply the absence of knowledge. Do you understand? Belief. You don't believe something you know. You only believe something you don't know. You use belief to cover it. That is it. You cover ignorance with your belief. Now, where is God? Now, I believe that God is because you don't know. If you are with your son or your daughter, they tell you, do you believe that you are with do you believe that you are with your daughter? you will say, no, I don't believe. I know. This is my daughter. I know. I don't believe because I know. Do you see it? So, belief is simply the absence of knowledge. and people perish due to lack of knowledge. Therefore, simply put, people perish because of belief. And I said, it is time we seek for knowledge to avoid perishing. That is it. So, when we talk about ignorance, conquering ignorance, we have to understand ignorance first. Man is created with undeveloped brain, which is ignorance. It is now for man to seek to develop his own brain. Men and women create knowledge through the rigorous scientific investigation of the universe around them. You understand? You know, I used to ask this question. Why is it that today is now, the existence of aviation, flying aircrafts, is not up to 200 years back? According to known record, they started, I think, 1903 officially, when two brothers, Rich and Ovil Rich brothers, they were able to fly man-made objects for 52 seconds with cardboard. 52 seconds, manned object for 52 seconds. That was the start of this flight. You enter and start ordering. Now, you have a perfume there. Now, give me this drink. Give me a relaxer. Now watch a film. Now watch anything you want. People suffered for it. It is through knowledge. Now, I used to ask, why was aircraft not was not there? Okay, during the time of Christ. Let me quote the time we can understand, because of what we read every day. During the time of Christ, there was nothing like a car, nothing like engine. You understand? What was that time was chariots. Everything is animal with chariots with career. Because that was the level of human knowledge as of that time. They were ignorant that people can manufacture, human being can defy the law of gravity. They were ignorant of that. Do you understand? Does it mean that the iron ore, the parts, the natural parts of iron, tin, zinc, aluminium is not on this world that time? They were existing. But due to ignorance, due to undeveloped brain, human beings were not able to build aircraft out of that time. By that time, maybe if you tell somebody that a human being can turn junks of ions, plastics, rubbers, everything can be put together and be flying on air, they will tell you have spoken anathema. Oh, don't you see there is when you go up, you fall down. It is God. They will use religion and tell you, hey, don't talk, it is against God what you are talking. How can human being do that? It's impossible. But today, is it possible or not? It is possible. It's possible. During the Biafra war, because I've seen the radio Biafra that time. I've visited the Omoaya War Museum several times. That place, anytime I go I don't miss it. I will go there. If I go there, it makes me to reflect right from time. So I saw the initial radio Biafra that was one gigantic cave. It's on the back of the talk anyway. It's there. You visit the Omoaya War Museum. It's there. So you see how big it was, being at the back of truck. That was the technology as of that time. You have to take. But do you know that as I'm talking, and the broadcasting have limitation. As I'm talking to you, what we are using to broadcast is just little thing, just one computer. You can carry it and go anywhere. As long as you just go anywhere, sit down and start broadcasting. That is knowledge. Do you understand? So, human knowledge is infinite. that is why, I used to say it. I say, look, a time will come in this planet Earth when science will meet with spirituality. With spirituality, they jam. I don't know whether people understand what I'm saying. There is nothing that I can say is impossible today. If not today, it will be tomorrow. If not tomorrow, it will be after tomorrow. Because this world is full of infinitum. It's infinite. Knowledge in this world is infinite. It depends on the one you can know. You understand? So that is what I'm just giving you an example. In this modern world, in this world we are in now, no person will be putting carrying. We are carrying Radio Biafra in a container, big container, in order to broadcast. No. A time we can, even with your smartphone, you'll be broadcasting anywhere you are. You can go anywhere and start broadcasting. You just no need even a computer. With your smartphone, we can do it. Do you understand? You'll be broadcasting and people will be hearing your voice from all over the world. After all, Facebook is through Facebook, Twitter, you can broadcast. Isn't it wonderful? 30 years back, do you think about something like this? I could remember when, is it 90s, when CNN used to, is it 90s or 80s? Our correspondent through video phone. I say, the person will be transmitting direct through video. That, live. I say, these people, now wow. But today, something that is common. Wow. So, everything is possible in this world. Things are there already. It is for human beings to develop and discover them. That is why they say discoveries. This person discovered. Things are there. Many things are there to be discovered. Millions, if not billions of things are there to be discovered. If you tell somebody during the time of Moses, that the time will come, airplane will be flying. Hey, say, boy, are you crazy? What are you talking? Because they didn't know. Human brain that time was not developed. So, I'm talking about conquering ignorance. When you talk about natural law of gravity, natural law of gravity makes heavy objects impossible to fly. But through knowledge, that is conquest of ignorance, man is able to defy gravity, and today thousands of tons of heavy objects are flying on air. Don't you think about it? The 2004 American Nobel laureate in physics, David J. Gross, asserted that many of the major problems of today's world is caused by sheer ignorance. And that is the truth, it's reality. Sheer ignorance, that is the cause of the problems in this world. Ignorance. There are many problems and dangers that we all face. The massive inequalities that exist in and among the nations. Persistence of useless wars and violence. The danger of fanaticism of terror. The threats of the environment and to the health of our planet. The ignorance of science that could solve many of the world problems. I'm telling you, the problems are according to this David J. Gross. Ignorance of science that could solve many of the world's problems. The ignorance of basic facts, such as human being, irrespective of color or race, if given equal life opportunities, will do well. These almajiris you are seeing in the streets of Kanu, in the streets of Katsina, dirty, unkempt. Do you know that if you do experiment now, carry one of them, as young as they are, maybe 5 years, carry one of them, travel to America, give him a new life. he will grow up to be a different person. When you bring him back after 20 years to come and see his age mates, those age mates, many of them will be in the bush with Boko Haram. He will then load that ideology. Maybe he will be an engineer. You understand? In America. But that was the boy that was Almajiri, that was heavy, dirty, begging for alms, eating food that people throw away. Now you just take him like that, 5 years. Buy his ticket, take him to a country like America or Europe, give him new life. Stay with him, you go to school, he study within 20 years. In adulthood, he will be another person. If he come back now and we meet his age grade, fellow Almajiris before, he will be telling them things that those people, they will not understand. They will simply be calling him now, this one now is infidel. They don't even understand what he's saying. He will be telling them how to make even Castina good. The environment, make things good so that they will stop what they are doing. But why is it so? But it's still the same person. But had it been you didn't take him outside, give him good life and good school, he will not change. There you make him to seek for knowledge, to remove ignorance from his head. Whereas his fellows that stayed behind, they continue in quagmire. They continue being mess. They are discussed. Do you think that two of them, no matter their age mates, they have grown now? This one maybe is 25 years to 30 years. The other ones to 25 years to 30 years. They meet. Somebody that just studied and now is a professional now in United Kingdom or in America. He came back and met his age mates. Some of them are shoe shine. They have become shoe shine, graduated into shoe shining. He said, what happened? I tell now I'm an aeronautic engineer. His fellow comrade Almajiri that is, you don't even know what is aeronautic. Oh, you can repair plane? He said, yes, that is what he said, no. But Allah, he will be quoting Quran. That Allah say is only white people that can. He said, no. Their discussion wouldn't be the same thing again. Why? Because this one conquered ignorance and achieved knowledge. The other ones are rigmaroling in ignorance because of the system. Do you see it? Do you see it? That is why we are doing everything to conquer ignorance. There are many problems and dangers that we all face. The massive inequalities that exist in and among all nations or among nations. Persistence of useless wars and violence, the danger of fanaticism, of terror, the threats to the environment and to the health of our planet, the ignorance of science that could solve many of world's problems, the ignorance of the basic facts that such as every human being, irrespective of color or race, if given equal life opportunities, will do very well. Also, the ignorance of other cultures promotes fanatical nationalism, racism, and or cultural and race supremacy. Because when you don't know people's culture, ignorance of their culture, you demonize it. That's it. It is a fact. Because of sheer ignorance. Therefore, ignorance causes problems everywhere. The problem we are having in this world is number one. The number one cause is ignorance. Do you understand? I could remember when George Bush wanted to export a American version of democracy in the Middle East. Look at Iraq today. Look at Arab countries, Arab world. With due respect, they have their system of government, natural system. Any place they look at where things are going worse. Look at Lebanon, where they embrace they put a Western democracy in them because it's not their way of life. They are doing the same thing like our Black Africa. Now, now look at every time killing, war. Even in Lebanon, even in Iraq, Muqtada Assad will say this. They will share it and this and that, because it is not their system. It was imposed on them. They had their natural system. The same thing that we are suffering. Africa. We have been imposed so-called democracy. Look at our democracy now. Campaign is, oh, you Igbo, don't vote Igbo. Igbo say, don't vote Fulani. Fulani say, don't vote Yoruba. Yeah, that is democracy, isn't it? And we are in a country. We call ourselves Nigerians. We're in a country. Sometimes I ask Nigeria, do you normally become ashamed of yourselves? But you might not, because you don't have integrity, you don't have class. Otherwise, when you look at, do you see how others do their own election, their own democracy? Why are we like this? Because it is not natural. Nigeria is not a country. The things that are happening there is being imposed, just concocted and imposed on everybody. Say continue like this, and we being Nigerians and removing ourselves because we are IPOB. Nigerians being low life, substandard, subhumans. They don't want to go to the basic aspiration, to the basic cause of their problems. No. Excuse me. All that matters is, as long as this mess, I'm benefiting from the mess, me individual, let us continue. This is a life of subhuman beings, people that are below average in human being. You hear me? Without our organic nature, you can't do nothing. That is why we need Biafra. So that, because the way we think to solve our issues is not the way the Fulanis think. There is difference there. We say things, we talk. We say the reality in order to solve our problem. Fulani, we look at this and say these people are rebellious because they don't see it's not their way of life. You understand? I gave you an example of how Arab, they want to impose the European version of democracy on them. You know, and they quickly stopped it because they know it cannot work. You understand? But look at those that are practicing their natural roots, Arabs that are, look at UAE, look at even Saudi Arabia, look at all of them, Kuwait. They are practicing their natural selves, their organic nature. They are doing well. Even Morocco, they are doing very well. In Africa, Africans don't want to think like this. All that matters to them is, because people that are sentimental. Oh, democracy. Yeah, democracy. Well, no, give account of that democracy. What have you done through that democracy? What have you achieved through that so-called democracy? Remember, I'm talking about conquering ignorance. Also, believing the wrong things or the illusion of knowledge is far worse than ignorance. When you believe the wrong things, for you have knowledge, but it's an illusion. Let me give an example with this religion. Just call, sometimes you steer a conversation, a religious conversation with a concentrated Pentecostal prayer warrior preacher. Sometimes I used to like that kind of, I would just be watching you. Even if it's on phone or WhatsApp, I'll be listening to you. Or now, for him, he knows. That is a far worse. It's illusion of knowledge. Is far worse than even ignorance. When you think you believe that you know, and God say, oh, God say, and they ask you, where is that God? Oh, Jesus Christ. Where is that Jesus? Nothing. Only all these things. If he's talking it, he say, I know. Where do you know? You believe because of belief? It's just an example I'm giving you. Example of stupidity. People that have illusion of knowledge. they believe wrong things or have illusion of knowledge. They are far worse than even ignorance. You know, ignorance. When you are ignorant, you believe, no, I don't know, is better than when you even believe you know, you don't, whereas you are illusion. Before you know, you have a standard, you quote it here, you quote it here, you quote it here, you know, people think that you are, hey, no, you don't know that you are worse than that person that say, I don't know nothing, please. You understand me? The reason that the fundamentalists are dangerous is not so much that they are ignorant, but that they are certain that they possess the absolute truth. Do you see why? Because anytime we must come to either it will lead to somehow religion also. Do you see the problem we have with these religions? A Christian will come and say, his own is the best, is the way, absolute truth. He didn't know, but he believed. But he's so sure, very, very sure, that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. No other person is the only thing, so nothing you can tell me. Meet a Muslim, the same thing. He tell you that, oh, without Islam you are gone, bring your head to cut it off, you are an infidel, this, and his own side is absolute truth. Now, how can these two reconcile? Tell me. On something they don't know, but they believe. It's belief, they believe. I want to ask, how can't be conflict in this world with this type of mentality? This one with his religion is the absolute, is the way, the only way. You know, they don't talk about any other, is the only way. They don't even give a say, no, there might be other way. No, he is the only absolute way. This one say, no, my own is the only absolute way. How can't we have clash of titans in this world? They know the nature put a curse. This religion is a curse. I'm telling you honestly. Just put it, all these things anyway, without it, human being will not be dying quick. The world will be full of human beings. You know how many people war kills a day? Only war. Check around the world now. As I'm talking, people are dying of violent death. Millions of people. So it's a way of also natural cleanup. You understand? But let us be on the side, on the best side, not the victims. That is what I'm saying. Because when you maintain peace, everything, everybody, so the people will be living so long and no death. You know, the world will have no space even to contain human beings because people will be burning, and that is what they did. They saw and they invoked this, you know now, COVID. They put fear on everybody. It's very, very sad indeed. So when people feel that they know or they believe the wrong thing, that one is even far more than ignorance. You know, for you to conquer ignorance, you need to be humble. You need to be your ability to learn. You know, an intellectual, a real intellectual, somebody that is an intellectual, he doesn't know. He doesn't feel that he knows at all. Every time he's doubting himself. That is why he is looking for more knowledge. But that stupid ignorant will feel that he knows everything. Anyone you bring out, he tell you, oh, he knows it more than, and you keep quiet. You see an intellectual learning. A real intellectual. Sometimes even you'll be doubting in your brain whether I know this thing self, whether I know anything. It will, because when you continue doubting yourself, you are pricking your brain to work more. Because you are not saturated. A human being should not saturated intellectually. We should be looking for knowledge all the time and learning from all angles. But when you see a zombie, he knows everything. And he is sure. Always sure. He is 100% sure. That's why you cannot argue. You cannot discuss with idiots. because they are sure they will not allow you to talk, so they knows everything. They will keep on talking until you don't need to talk because they know it's all. That is stupidity. Conquering ignorance means maturity. The rate and development of human conquest of ignorance depends on their governance. The rate and level of human conquest of ignorance depends on their governance. This is because it is the governments that make policies that encourage seeking of knowledge. Let me give you this example. In Nigeria, everybody is programmed to be looking for oil bunkering, crude oil. It is something we have on the ground. It is the source of our wealth. Do you see how people are programmed due to the caliphate in charge? Because it's their way, it's their system, it's their ideology. They believe that Allah gave them a land. Now anything that land contains belongs to them. That is a blessing. They don't need to worry their brain again to develop their human resources. No. Now they are turning us into all this type of people. Gradually they are turning us into it. People that we just all that matters for us is to make money. Once you make money, you're okay. You come to Facebook and they start telling, oh, God bless me, go and look for money, and so I become blessed. Nothing more. That is your limit. Do you understand? But let me see. Is Nigeria a developed country? The answer is no. People are suffering from abject poverty. But Nigeria has lands that contain things. You understand? Natural resources. Gold is in Zamfara. Crude oil everywhere in Biafra land, both hinterland and coastal side. Many other minerals everywhere. But people are suffering. People are in their hunger, poverty. Why? Because the human being is not developed. But okay, compare it with Japan. Japan don't have any single natural resource. You know that? They are a group of islands, archipelago. Conglomerate of islands. We are in a position where every year they have natural disasters, typhoon, earthquake, tsunami that destroys their lives, kills people. But do you know what? They develop their brains. Their government fought very hard so that they develop their brains, their sense of human being, their sense of productivity, in order to give out. And today, Japan can feed the whole of Africa, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, till their kingdom come. Japan will knock Ogele now, blow whistle. The whole African presidents immediately they will land in Japan. But these are the people that don't have no natural resources like in Africa. Do you know that River Congo, only River Congo, if well managed, dams built there can provide electricity 24/7 for the whole of Africa. Don't you know that? River Congo, because they have a very big current. Good one. But where are the people? Look at them. Because people are ignorant. Why? Because the government, their governance don't care about human development. That the main resources in this world is in the head, is in the brain. It is through the brain that you can conquer. Japan don't have anything, but they have everything. Do you understand? Look at their cars everywhere. Japan, South Korea, everywhere. Check the whole appliances you are using. They come from that side, but they don't have all these things you have as natural resources. But they develop their brain. They can you know, use some. I seen there's something I was watching, although I didn't finish it. I just zapped it. Somebody, they are making researches to make. They are now trying to make what do you call it? Make food out of nothing. food out of nothing, out of A. You know how it works? The principle is all these algae make microbes, microbic organisms that you don't see with eyes. They breed them. You know, those proteins now grow. Before you know, they start becoming powder in a special process. They start becoming powder. They, you know, billions and billions of them will congregate to become powder. Now they continue growing, become powder. What you see now is powder, proteinous powder, which you can eat and gives you protein. Something that is formed out of nothing, out of A. Do you see human knowledge and advancement? Whereas you have all these things. You have all these things everywhere. But you don't have the knowledge to harness it. You understand? There is one in CNN, this thing. Is it Voice of Africa? I don't know how they write it. Breeding algae in ponds, and that algae feeds only on sun, so it doesn't cost him anything. Ponds will just form into algae, and that algae he will be using it to feed fishes in fish ponds. You understand? I'll be using other processes in order to manufacture electricity through that algae. Also manure. Do you see what we are missing? That man now is in Benin Republic doing it because, do you know why? At least he has security there. In Biafra land, before you know, one useless governor will come. If you don't support him, one day will come bring bulldozer and destroy all your livelihood, all those things that you work hard to get. Where is Isog today? He's dead. He died with his brain. If that man had it been that man left Nigeria and go even to another country, South Africa, that called him, today the story would have been different. But he died with all his capacities and is forgotten. Why? Because we are in Nigeria, where ignorance is being bred. Ignorance is being nurtured, like nurtured, manured, using religion, using all kinds of things. Don't you see that we need to conquer ignorance? That is what we do here on Radio Biafra. Conquering ignorance means maturity. The rate and level of human conquest of ignorance depends on their governance. This is because it is the governments that makes policies that encourage seeking of knowledge. Nigeria is created to encourage ignorance for her citizens through her government and miseducation. And we are witnessing the result of ignorance today in Nigeria. No security, no electricity in this 21st century, total lack of infrastructure, no rule of law, no human resources development, leading to a complete consuming country without productivity. As we are seeing others advance, we need to remove the different forms of materials that produce, encourage, and solidify ignorance in us, some of which are religion, government, etc. We need to destroy this vehicle through which we are all immersed into complete ignorance. This evil vehicle is Nigeria. That is what we are doing. Because in Nigeria you cannot do anything. You cannot change the status quo. Any person that is telling you, oh, I will change Nigeria, I will fix, he is a criminal. You look at him, he is a criminal. Only you want to just enter there and do as be taking photo, flying to meet a world presidents, as they are doing in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, in Masraya, COP27. So that is it. Conquering ignorance is through what we are doing. We always hear on Radio Biafra, poke your brain into thinking, into critical thinking, because that is the different. That is what makes us different between us and other animals. Critical reasoning. That is how the Europeans changed their status quo, and today they are advanced. It is not the work of God. It is not the act of God. It is the act of man. Do you understand what I mean? So, do not think that it is only God that can do it. No, the answer is no. You are wrong. Human beings, we are the people that should seek for knowledge. We are the people that should seek to conquer ignorance. In Nigeria, we cannot do it. The Nigeria setting doesn't have any, it doesn't have any space for people to conquer ignorance. Instead, because ignorance makes them to win election. Do you understand? Ignorance of people makes them win election, so that they become controllable as they believe. That is the way the Fulani reason, the Fulani Caliphate, they reason. Because if they make you to look for knowledge, how can they win election? You will challenge them. You will be holding them accountable that, you promised this but you didn't do it. No. They don't want you to be like that. They want you to be, just docile, so that they will enter into power through your thumbprint. They give you money, 1 cup of rice, and you vote them. You help them enter into power. And tomorrow, anything that is happening, like floats that are killing people everywhere, even in Biafra land, right from Middle Belt to Biafra land, and they are downplaying it because of a dam that was opened in Cameroon, and there was another dam, the Mambila Dam, that's supposed to be built in Nigeria according to the contract, but they didn't build it. They simply pocketed the whole money. Nigerians, out of ignorance, they don't know this. So whenever the dam in Cameroon overflows, now they open it. They open their dam, and the water flows and come and cause devastation in our land. Had it been the Mambila Dam was built as contracted, as agreed, if that dam would have been holding the Cameroonian dam, if the water was open, but the Cameroonian did their own, Nigerian they simply pocketed the money, and because of ignorance, nobody talks, nobody knows, and nobody talks. If you talk, they will come and bribe you, and you keep quiet, because they put everybody in the cage of ignorance. You understand? That is to their advantage, because they feel that if they allow you to seek for knowledge, now you start challenging them, you start holding them accountable. Now when they go to power, when they enter power, anything at the flow, they tell you, say it's God. I saw somebody saying on social media, it is God, the act of God. God is everything. Yes. That is why we have flood. They don't know that it's the act of man. They don't know that the city of Venezia in Italy is built on top of water. They don't know that even I think New York is built some few meters on top of water right from conception. People don't know that. It is the human action. People that seek for knowledge, all we do is cry, rigmarole in ignorance, and you'll be given crumbs to remain in ignorance, and you accept it. Those people in Nigeria government, they bribe people to remain in ignorance. If they enter power, anything that happen, no electricity, they say go and pray, call God. God can give you electricity, and ignorantly people will be fasting and praying for electricity. Don't you see that? This is where I'm going to stop. I will go into a few minutes breaks as usual, so that when I come back, I will open the lines, please. Please don't go away, because we must continue this job, this work. It's a mission. We must accomplish it, and we must restore ourselves. Physical freedom will not be sweet. It will not be complete it only starts with mental liberation. That is what I always say. If you have physical freedom without mental liberation, without mental freedom, it amounts to nowhere. That is why we are doing what we are doing. Let me go into a few minutes breaks, as I said, and please do not go away.
Mr. Chairman, the Secretary to the conference, distinguished delegates, I will be very brief. There will be no padding. I wish to thank the President for this opportunity for re-engineering the country. I wish to go straight to say that the problem we have in this country is because we are suffering from mental slavery. Over 300 years ago, our parents sold our brothers and sisters into slavery. 300 years later, we are not different. We are still selling ourselves into slavery. There is no originality in this country. This is the root of the problem we have. Those days, the price for the slaves were trinkets, beads, gunpowder, gin, thank you very much, and so on. The price today is foreign aids. The price today is political influence. The problem we have is not of our own making. And unless we address those issues, our collusion with the colonial masters is going to cause us more problem. If we look all around, look at the ceiling, there is nothing that is new, nothing indigenous in this hall. The country itself is not indigenous. Even the coup, we are blaming the military. Even the coups that we have is not of our own making. I believe there is the author of one of the books I have read in this conference who stated that the idea of a coup was first suggested in one of the military conferences they attended in America. I will go straight to read, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, what the respected Alhaji Shehu Shagari has put in his book. And I ask every member here to get that book, because I know most members here have the book written by Clinton, but they have not put the book, they have not bought the book written by Haji Shehu Shagari, and I'm going to quote what he has written. Quote, I was particularly struck by a conversation I had with a Greek professor attached to an international agency in Geneva. He told me his opinion of why West Europeans were supporting the rebellion against Nigeria. It was, he said, common among Westerners to sympathize with the underdog in any dispute, which in this case happens to be the Eastern Igbo. But what was even more important to the West was that Nigeria was a potential rival power in Africa, a force which had to be checked before it becomes a threat to Western European interests on the continent. The Biafran challenge, accordingly, provided a suitable opportunity to trim Nigeria's growing wings. He said that according to certain estimates, Nigeria was sitting on a keg of oil, which, given a suitable condition, would make it so rich in just 10 years, that is by 1978, that Nigeria would not require any aid from Europe. Indeed, Nigeria would be in a position to assist other African countries, especially the poorer ones, and thus undermine an important basis on which European influence was exercised over them. I underline that. He did not therefore think that Europe would stand idly by and watch Nigeria become to Africa what the United Nations had become to Western Europe. The rebel enclave, on the other hand, could be encouraged to become a rich but small and manageable African country which would still be dependent on the West, just as some small oil-rich Arab countries have been. Finally, he assured me that whatever happened in the future, the West would never allow Nigeria to develop to a position where its wealth and power would threaten West European interests in Africa. Mr. Chairman, I don't need any comment. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alu province of Biafra land. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon being tortured. According to the report of our barrister that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are denying him medication for 4 days. That is the report we are seeing. We are unstoppable. It doesn't matter what it takes. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be released. Therefore, we must continue what we are doing. Remember, today is the 7th day of November 2022, being Obochiafo. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our direct line, as usual, is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I have callers already lining up. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Let me see. Caller on WhatsApp. There, well, welcome to the program.
They were watching I remain Mazi Milimbalogo from United Arab Emirates. I thank you for the coming of Radio Biafra, because Radio Biafra is really university. Anybody from part of Africa that is not listening to Radio Biafra, seen everything. Is really university. I have learned a lot. Not Chinedu. Inetiwako Ibon Sube. Ezoku. I thank Kwadama for you. I thank Kwadama for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our supreme leader of Amadike, one of Biafra. I thank Kwadama for our HODS, the doors. I thank you, Kabiaba. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, I'm always say, the Westerners don't want Black Africa to forever and ever, so that they will be taking the mineral resources that is in Black Africa to develop their country. That is why they bring a lot of rubbish. They bring the so-called Jesus. They bring the rubbish they call government, the systematic of government. They bring it to Africa to destroy the brain of Black Africa, and that is why we are suffering today. Biafra is the light. Biafra is going to bring light to Africa. Only Biafra. And that is what they saw. That they are trying.
Mazi, I don't know what is happening. Are you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please go on. I don't know. Your voice is ceasing now. Go on.
Okay. I say that the Westerners know that if Biafra is going to bring light to Africa, that is why they are trying every possible best to make sure they stop the coming of Biafra, but they cannot. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, we must do everything possible to make sure that Biafra came. Without Biafra came, we are nothing. It's more better that we perish instead of Biafra will not come. It's more better that we perish, because this life that we are living, even the life of animal is more better than the life that we Biafrans or we Africa are living. The life of animal is more better. This is not life. This is not life. I have came into this UAE here and see life. See life. A desert. They develop it. They develop it to the extent it's like a paradigm. I don't know what to use to qualify how United Arab Emirates look like. A desert and a sea fertile land. In fact, we are cursed. This religion that the Western, everything that Westerners bring to us is a curse. Everything is a curse. So, my fellow Biafrans, we must do everything possible to make sure that Biafra came. We must do everything possible to make sure that Biafra came. Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. Thank you. You are doing a good work. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. We are receiving a report that the Ezanot leader of IPOB, Ifeanyi Okoha, was arrested at 1 a.m. yesterday night by Ebonyi State CID in his house in Omo Ezeale, Oriuzo. We are holding the Nigeria government responsible. They should make sure that they release our brother, the Ezanot leader of IPOB, Ifeanyi Okoha. He was arrested in his own home at 1 a.m. yesterday night by Ebonyi State CID in his house in Umuezali, Oriuzo. So, the Ebonyi State CID will be held accountable if anything happens to our brother. I have a caller that has been there, although I have callers that are coming on direct line, but let me see whether I can pick them. Please call us on WhatsApp on Signal. Hold on. Let me see whether any caller will come up again. No. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Are you there? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Sorry. Caller on Signal. Sorry. I mistake. Caller on Signal. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
There will go on, please.
My name is Mazi Fanye. Mazi Fanye is calling from his location. Mazi, your topic this night is very, very wonderful. That is true. Mazi, our politicians are evil. But first of all, let me send greeting to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi.
Yes, I can hear you.
Tomorrow.
Good evening.
Demand I saw tomorrow.
Please, caller on WhatsApp, hold on, I will come to you. Caller on WhatsApp, I will come to you. Hold on. Caller on Signal, please go on.
All right, the man that I have already done everything. Mazi Nnamdi Henk Africa. That's who our leader is. Mazi, I'm assuring you that this our radio Biafra will be adopted in Africa as the voice to voiceless in the whole Africa very soon. Because this radio Biafra is the channel and is the way that the African nation will be liberated. Is the channel and the way that the African nation will see the light. Mazi, you see our politicians, they are evil. Common their local road in their villages is very, very hard to them to construct. Common the local rivers in their village, they eat the money. The river that has just a little bridge for them to construct, they will eat the money and they allow their village old fathers and old mothers to be suffering in that village, in that bridge. Mazi, what does it mean? Let me not say African politicians, but our people, mostly Igbo politicians, they are greedy. Instead of them to use that money to build something that will benefit even their common village people, they will better take that money to outside country and carry their children and they school them outside the country and they build industry outside the country instead of them to build industry for their people or their villagers to benefit. But nevertheless, we have known their tricks. We are there and we must do the needful. Master Jonathan, thank you for this your topic. May God bless you and strengthen you. And God bless our leader and bless all IPOB members. We are not going back. We must see the head. Therefore shall come. Whether good or bad.
Of course.
Master, good night from here. Good night, Master. Thank you.
We have no back to go to. No back to go to. So that is the worst part of it. So even if you don't want to go back, you don't have no back to go to. Caller on what's up? Mazi, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Then hold on. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? My goodness me. They'll call and they'll be listening to their radio. I don't really understand. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me now? You have been waiting. Please go on.
Yes.
Please go on.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening. Good evening.
There, well, Mazi, go on, please.
Yes,
go on.
yes, I can hear
Mazi,
you.
you are not a new caller. You are listening to your device. Why? Go on.
No, I'm not listening to my.
You are repeating. You are going on. You are listening to voice. I don't know. Go on, please.
There's a mix-up here. You are talking to direct line and you are talking to me. So that's why.
I'm talking to you on WhatsApp. Go on. You on WhatsApp. Go on.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Jonathan. Jonathan, good evening. Yes, my name is Christian. I'm calling from London. The reason why I call basically is to disagree with.
Mazi, what is happening? Are you still there?
No, I'm here.
Why are you pausing?
Because what they say going to my ear. Everything is going on my ear. No. I'm not using earphone. I'm just talking to you directly.
Your voice is
it's echoing back on me.
Your voice is crystal clear. Okay, if that's the case, you can cut and call me back immediately. I'll pick it.
Okay, all right.
Let me see whether I can. Caller on signal, please hold on. Continue holding on. I'll come to you. If somebody speaking is the time, callers on direct line will be coming in. I don't know. They don't know how the timing. I'm telling you. No, whether the man. Then caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi and Chinedu, calling from Magribi.
All
Biafra. I bought you. Kill my brother. Thank you. Each our brother this night, I'm telling you the fact. You have already hit them in a wrong path, and they are going to feel the pain. You know why I'm telling you this? You have said. You see, they use the P2B and the conquer so like natural here. You know, hey, these two guys now, natural here. Then two of them, that APC and PDP, are now the real hunter with the gun, waiting for the target. You see, so there you see them in the debate there, nobody appear, and I don't see why reason why in here, especially here in Morocco, I can't see reason why two of them from same religion will come and they do war and they argue themselves about the infidel. Mazi Jonathan, you know something that people have to reason. I'm very, very, very happy. You see, this oil bunkering. If you go there, you will see some Fulani, some Hausa, all type are there doing this bunkering. There they are digging that gold there in Biafra. Never, can you see an Indian man there? No, you can't see even the Biafra man joining them. The same thing. Or have you seen an Indian man own a farmland in the north that producing north sending to Biafra land? It's impossible. So I love what you are teaching, and our people have to reason why. If these people do not strike in a big way, with all this money they have already collected in kidnapping, bandit, all, they have something they want to do with their money, and very soon the result will appear. Ourselves, we people have to be conscious of ourselves. You see that summit they are doing in Egypt. My dear brother, the representative of Nigeria is there is Nnamdi. So there is something, and I want to tell them that no matter what they do, indigenous people will never live on each land to any bagger. Because we are following these people, maybe it can become noble solitary, I'm telling you in future, for this struggle. Keep it on, or help Biafra.
Almost Biafra. Thank you very much, my brother. Caller on WhatsApp now. I hope you can hear me very well now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Yes, I can.
Okay, no electronics is like that sometimes problem, but I didn't hear any echo that time. Go on, please.
Yes. You see, one of the challenges of ignorance is sometimes people can be indoctrinated without them realizing it. And that is one of the worst form of ignorance, because they will think that they have got the right knowledge and that they are getting the wrong knowledge. And one of the reasons why I called is because of this last something you put on about Shagari. Somebody wrote and read what Shagari wrote about his discussion with the professor. The professor was telling him that the reason why they support the Biafran or the Igbos in Nigeria is because we are underdog. But that is not the real case, the truth, because they have never really supported us. But it may be that they have, the intention was to indoctrinate him so that he hated the Igbos. or hate the idea of Igbo's independence or freedom. So as a result of that, their own the policies and the of the Northerners has always been to make sure that they keep Igbo down. Now, I challenge anybody to tell me that Israel is not a small country. Are they controlled? You can only be controlled if you want to be controlled. And the reason why they're controlling the Arab countries or the oil-rich Arab country is simply because those people want to be controlled. And to a certain extent, they want them to control them is what they control them. It's the way they allow them to control them. So, if not, why would they not allow us to be so that they can control us? I do not agree with that premise that Shagari is putting out there. That Nigeria, well, if Nigeria is working, it will be good, but it's not working. So we cannot continue to live and say we want a big Nigeria that is not working for anybody. Thank you.
Mazi, you're right. You're right. You know, they brought out this narrative in order to deceive, to make it as if Nigeria being unified, being what they are as a big zoo, that it will be better. No. No. The question I used to ask is this. Just as you said, Israel is just like a little dot in a map. Even in the midst of a very, big enemies in their land. Do you understand? Israel will then go to Europe. You see countries that are as little as 300 and something thousand in population. Iceland is there. What about Luxembourg, Belarus, Latvia, all these places? But they are different, they are separate countries. That why? The Europeans, they are wise to avoid the clashes. People should stay alone and control their political life, even if they are little, no problem. So that peace will reign. All these things is what you are asking for in Biafra land. But you know, how can you allow monkeys to the animals to control themselves? They will always try to control us. But this time around, it is no, no, and no. We must be free. Because whatever that is good for the geese is good for us, is also good for the gander. That is it. I'm sorry, I thought I have somebody and people are calling. I didn't even. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Hello. Good evening, sir.
There, Mazi. Welcome to the program.
My name is Renuko. I'm calling from the northern part of Zoo. There's a comment you make that when you were bringing out this thing about the Biafrans, the way we suffer when we got this thing happens to me. When I went to the north, playing football, and they kicked me. I wake up and they kick the person back. The people gathered and start beating me. So after they beat me finish, I went back. I was telling my brother, this is what happened. He said to me, that we are neighbor and we are hated. The way I'm doing in the east, I should not do that here. That the system here is somehow. I said, why? He started telling me after the war that that's how Igbos are regarded. So please, I should not provoke anything. So after this thing, I become, there is a type of life I start living. Whatever they do to me, I will just take it as, if I do, I will, as if I'm second. I don't know how to describe it.
Second class citizen, as a slave.
Yes. Anything they do to me, I will enjoy it, even though they insult me because being Igbo. So I felt bad because
Mazi, before
I
you
was brought up
continue,
in
Mazi, before you are talking out of experience, and that is what we
yeah.
encourage our people to come out to talk. You are speaking on WhatsApp. I will just hold on. This is the life of slaves. I say the life of slaves, they have conditioned us and our people accept it. Now, you know what our people used to do now? They will take solace in going to church. Now, let me go to Bible study. I go to, I go to midweek service. I go to Sunday school. They will become more addicted to going to church, to take solace there. That music, that singing, that socialism. Consoling themselves exactly the same way slaves were behaving during the transatlantic slavery in the Americas. Exactly. How long should we continue to live like this? And people are living like that. There's one man that I was talking to. He was telling me when he was in Lagos. When he said when he was in, I don't know whether it's stage show. They are selling. He's selling with all these clothes. He said one time when he never know how things, the way they beat him, this Aburo area boys, what is the cause? He told somebody, one woman, he came to market, just opened his shop. He told somebody and said, please, one woman that used to sell food, a Yoruba woman, he said, bring me food. He said, I've been waiting for morning breakfast. He waited for the woman for so long. You don't see the woman is not coming. More than hours. He said he cannot be hungry and want to eat. So he order food, he go another place to buy food and be eating. The woman now brought the food later. He told the woman, but I have eaten, so I cannot eat your food. I bought the food. I waited for you since how many hours now? This is morning. We are even going to afternoon. I cannot more. The woman said, you must pay. Start speaking your Moibo. You must pay. You must pay. You never know. He said before he talk, he went and brought area boys, and they come. They started beating him, and the other Igbo brothers were there. Everybody is doing as if nothing is happening. They were hitting him. He said the wound they gave to him is still, after many years, is still there in his body. He said that day he thought that, look, because not long time he came from east. He said there is something wrong. There is some. The worst part of it is that market is Igbo market. The people, neighbors, all they were watching him. No person cough as if slaves when they are killing one slave, no person, everybody does as if nothing is happening. He says since that time, even he want to hate his own tribe, the Igbos. He want to hate everything. He said, "What? Why should people be? Why should he?" That thing meant he never. He said, "We never forget that thing till he die." So that is the life we are living in Nigeria. The life we are living. If we are talking and people say, I'm marginalizing you. Who is marginalizing you? No, everybody is marginalized in Nigeria. He's a politician. He's this and that. But we are living like slaves in Nigeria. That is the thing. Complete slaves. You are in the north. You are in the best position to even explain more. Go on, please, Mazi.
So what happened after the beating? This year was 1990. Since that time, I say, hi, being an Igbo, is it a problem? So when I went for lunch, when I finished serving, I said, let me leave this area because the legal around there. So I came to Kanu. When I came to Kanu, where I will go and do my business, I see that Kanu, there is consciousness in Igbo people. I say, what is going on? That even a copper called me because he saw that I'm different. He called me and said that there were a sign that what is that is in Igbo, that after they dispatched them from Abuja, they were given a number and was told that they should monitor. It's a Yoruba man, that they should monitor Igbo man, that there is something they want to destroy this country. This thing I'm saying is in 2000. They say they want to destroy Nigeria. That what is that thing? That since you have been together, I don't know that they have been spying on me. That what is that? There's a number that was given to them. Anything suspicious, they should call this number. I say, I don't know. In that process, to tell you, we that are in the north here, we are passing many through many things. So as we were saying, there's one of our friends that used to cooperate with us, and they gave him contract to do something in school. There's one school called Obichi. He's from Niger Delta. So they just gave him federal government allocated that. So they met him and said that he's a good person. Because he's a good person, due to what he's due to them, he should convert to Islam. So the man laughed and said, okay, no problem. What will make you convince me so that I convert to Islam? He said, you should, that if you burn Bible will catch fire. But if you burn Quran will not catch fire. If you go toilet with Quran, your nyash will close. But if you go with Bible, you clean your nyash. And due to the guy don't know how to stay in the north, he laugh, he's an important person. He say when he used to take the day, he takes the day with Quran, and whoever clean nyash with Quran, it's just a laughing thing. He thought that it's joke. The workers, he's a manager there, the worker attacked him and overpowered them and ran to security area. So when he ran to that place, they say, this is what those who come to the town and announce that this is what this man did. That they saw him smoking with Quran and this thing. As it's a joke, before not more than thousands of people came and they found police, they overpowered police and killed this man. When they want to kill, they told us that if you don't leave, if this man escaped, all the evils in that town will be finished. All of us ran to Sabongeri. That is how we got rescued. In fact, we are happy for what you are doing to us in Radio Biafra. You make us to restore our hope because we are living under siege, especially we that are in the north here. So, but I'm happy for what we are hearing is to restore back our lost mind. Honestly speaking, we are happy. Mazi, Jonathan Chiyobi. And another thing again, this your religious teaching you are teaching us on Saturdays. Honestly, we are confused. I am a good Christian. But this thing now, I don't know the religion I will worship now. I am somehow confused because what you are saying is true. It means if you stop going to church now, how are we going to worship?
Mazi, listen.
I know it's not today's program.
Yes, I know. But let me address it just in a jiffy. I'm not telling you to stop going to church, please. For your information.
Okay.
But what I'm admonishing everybody is go with your brain. Take going to church as if you are going to club. Make friends, dance. If you can, even dance. If they are playing music, dance or fall on the ground. Roll yourself on the ground. But let your brain do that. You know, the same way you are going to family, because we don't have any other alternative for now for everybody. People are coming up with different alternatives. You understand? But if you are going to, because that is the only thing, you know, it's a social gathering. It helps even emotionally. By meeting people is a place, you just like Egad and Obi. You are living outside Biafra land. So it's something that you know, you don't have to miss. Because you see your brothers, you see people you converse, you know. If they start to play music, I'm telling you honestly, that is what I encourage you. But make sure that your brain is intact. I'm telling you honestly, live your life and be at alert in your brain. Look at how they sentence us to live in a country that we call our own. Just look at. You are just one in a million that is talking it out. When you hear Kanu, all these things is what he is passing through. They control him like a slave over other slaves. But he's a slave. Our people prefer to be eaten under slavery instead of fighting for freedom and liberating ourselves, just like the Jews. The Israelis you are seeing today, they pass through these things and even worse. But they saw that they cannot continue living this type of life, being under control of people. Anytime they vex their community, they are in vex in Europe, they will come and slaughter them, telling them that you are the cause of even malaria that fall upon us. Chicken pox that come into our land is you Jews that brought it. They slaughter them and burn their properties. But today now, they have their country. Go and slaughter. Go and kill a Jew now. Even in Iran. Iranian Jew. Go and kill him. They will nuke you. They don't have their money. Now, because they have a country, they are now respected. Every Jewish citizen, anywhere he is respected all over the world. That is what we are talking about. If we have Biafra, it doesn't matter. You can live now in Castina, you can live in Sharia North, even in Sharia anywhere. But now you have Biafran identity, Biafran international passport. With respect, no person will touch you. No person will touch your property. How many of our people have been, killed like this or attacked like this in Cameroon? How many? Because they are regarded as international people. They are regarded per se as another country, a nation. But in the same country you are in, no person asks. It's not international episode, it's internal affairs. If you are being slaughtered in the north, they will, just like that man you talked about. They killed him just like that. That Igbo man.
Yes,
they killed him and he's gone. He makes no news.
He appeared in newspaper. And nothing happened. Nothing.
But let me tell you, if you say Biafran, if we have our country, no person will touch him. Highest, the police they will protect him. Instead, even they will kill their citizens to protect him, because they know that if they touch him, it becomes international episode, international problem between them and Biafra. Do you see? No person is at our back. No person is protecting us, because we are all in one Nigeria. So it's nothing. You go and meet your Nnamdi na Kanu. Yes, again, I respect yourself. So don't bring problem to me, because he himself is a slave.
No,
he's a slave.
They went there. They went there. They said that he's not in the meeting. That he's not in the meeting.
Okay, that's it. For how long do we continue like a slave? Very sad indeed. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And be careful. Be careful. You people should be careful of this impending vote or this election they are talking. Be careful. That's it.
I've sent my family home.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I was trying to pick another call, but what is happening? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, I can hear you very well. Good evening, sir.
Mazi. Go on, Mazi, go
on. My name is Mazi Chijek. I'm calling you also from Niger State. Hello?
Go on, please, go on.
Hello, Mazi, can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you, not only me. Go on.
I also have it. I also have that similar experience. I am in Niger State. Yes, I can hear you very well. My name is Mazi Chijek.
Go on, Mazi, go on.
Okay. I also have that similar experience here in Niger State. So there was a day I am a tricycle rider. So I parked my keke. I was off the road already. I parked my keke off the road. So it fell off the road. So what made they come to do? They started beating me because they have seen the skin color that I am not one of them. Although I speak their language very well, but that day I received a severe beating. They beat me to the extent that I was even rescued. From there, I was so bad. I felt bad that I gave up staying in the north even entirely. The hatred is too much. If maybe sometimes if I speak the language, they don't even recognize. They don't even, because they don't even know that because I speak their language very well. But if you hear what they do say, the way they talk about the Igbos, it's very sad. Very sad. I'm telling you.
Very sad indeed. Mana ndị a na-agwakwanụ ha ga-anụkwanụ. That's the problem.
I believe one day, I'm the kind of person that believes in revenge. One day there shall be a revenge.
That is the restoration of Biafra is restoring our dignity as a race, as a people. Now we are just like when you carry a shower, for you a shower is nothing. So it's just like a garbage. It's the same thing, in Nigeria. It's the same way we are being treated in Nigeria. People don't understand. As long as some of our people are making money, they are ready to endure anything. It's a low life. I call it a low life. We have the opportunity now in order to change, to live like human beings. That is what Biafra restoration is all about. To restore our dignity as human beings. If you go, people that have lived in the north, even in parts of the west, if they start telling you how they are treated as animals, because we don't have, no person talks for us. Nobody. Who are you going to meet? Is it policeman? He tell you, so boy, is it your Igbo police brother that is in the police there? He will tell you, so boy, I beg, don't come, don't even come to tell me this. Me too, I'm in danger. We are just managing. Our people, we Igbos, we know how to endure, to swallow pains. That is why one of our brothers asked the other day, say, are you sure that it's not because we are swallowing fufu, we are people that swallow fufu, that's why we can swallow these pains? Let me tell you, white race, they can never take, there is a limit to what they can take. I'm telling you. Instead, they say, let everybody die. That's why they have class. We, as long as we are feeding, it will be, look at the personal experience and witness we are receiving. Look at, they born children into this type of slavery and train them to be like that, soft like that. If you see a Hausa man, full animal, you bow down. Don't talk, don't ever talk if he's talking. They train our children, our people, next generation to be slaves, complete slaves. Imagine people that are now, they are telling them they behave like this. Talk less of next generation. If not what we are doing, if not what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu instituted. Don't you see that we are in a big mess, in a bigger mess that you can imagine? We are trying to restore our human dignity. That is it. Without Biafra, when we say without Biafra we are finished, people don't understand. Go and watch how they treat our people. Everywhere they turn us into begging, negotiating for our existence always. In our Alaba international market, the same. Oh, we are begging for them to give us just help us. Don't take 1 million naira for a container that will have been cleared in a proper wharf, only coming to Alaba international market. Please, even if na half, take. Begging everywhere. Igbos are begging to live. And you say that this is life? This is man died but once, so honestly. Let me take this caller. I think it's going to be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good evening, sir.
Welcome to the program.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing to always hear from you. I am so addicted to Radio Biafra that I just can't help myself. I just can't help myself. What I want to say is our Heavenly Father will continue to strengthen you, sir. You are one of the fishermen, fishing people out of ignorance. Your title of submission today was just something else. And one or two things I would like to add to it for our people. I would love our people to understand something. Hello? Okay, I would love our people to understand something. Intelligence that you see, you say intelligence. Intelligence is the creator of all things. Intelligence is the Almighty. Intelligence is what brought, look at what you're talking, that some people are trying to create food out of nothing. You see it? And if you see these things, these are just acts of intelligence. And there was some things we were talking about, like Adibi, we were told in 1,000 years or thereabout ago that there will be a time iron will be flying in the air. Iron that will carry containers moving in the sea that we will not believe. That is to tell you, as you say, that that not our intelligence as an entity has a capacity to do all things. You understand? And we human beings have been made in the image of that intelligence. That is why we are entitled to be illumined. Now I listen to you very well. To be illumined. What does it mean? To be illumined, an ability for us to reflect that intelligence in our surroundings. You understand? So we need our people need to understand that this thing, the entity they go to church to worship, they go to wherever to worship, it is simply intelligence. And without that intelligence, you can amount to nothing. You understand? Like there is something you were talking about our people, the way they are begging here and there, every time they have turned them to beggars. There is something the scripture says. It says the love of money is the root of all evil. And I always tell people that poverty is also evil. Dragging you to the mud is also evil. So part of the reason why our people are suffering is because of their greed, their excessive love for money. You see, Fulani people that you see now, this we say Fulani are corrupt. Fulani people, they steal money, they pack money, they do, but all those money, they are not packing it for themselves as a human being, as an individual, but they are packing those money for their race. They are packing it to
Mazi, you are right. To sponsor their cause as a race, you are right. You are right.
Yes.
Our own is to use it to come and do no also. Go on, Mazi, go on, you're on point.
Photo and to Facebook and be ranting, grow old, chase women up and down, die, and our children will sell off all those properties. That is our own. So and the Bible says where there is no vision, the people perish. Meaning where you don't have a vision, an ideology, a cause, both your money, everything you are making is just useless. Now you see that many people, they are not up to how many million in the whole Nigeria, but they are controlling almost 200 million people. Why? Because of ideology. Because of one simple thing, ideology. And this ideology, both the money they are stealing, the money they are making, everything they are doing, they are channeling it towards that ideology. And that is why people that don't have ideology, just open your shop, make money, buy motor, shout, have title. You have no choice than to be under them. You see, and that is why we will keep praying for Mazi for bringing up IPOB, because IPOB has given the Biafran people, not the southeast, but the Biafran people from Lower Kogi down to Calabar, an ideology which I pray that they should one day come to their senses to start following that ideology so that our race will be safe. Because as you always tell us that these people have an agenda of Fulanization through Islamization. And if you look at, they are following it very, very, very well. It's just like there was something I was telling somebody today, that they have used religion to so deceive us. Like, I'm sorry to say it, I attend a Yoruba church. You understand? Now, for some time now, I've not really been going to church. My reason is this. One of these Sundays, our pastor was preaching. He started saying, because he's a Yoruba man, so he wants to, I'm not against any tribe, but I'm just trying to make a sense for us to know the importance of intelligence. The intelligence is the creator of all things. Everything you see, from human being to stone to and what will give us a good future is intelligence. Why IPOB has been able to reach the level they are? It is not it's no any other act, it's simply an act of intelligence. You understand? When this man started talking something, he said that It's only God, that will determine who will win Nigeria election. That anybody that God say, because the man is educated, and when you come to, I'm not trying to support anybody obedient or anything, but I'm just trying to make a little sense. The man knows that if you come to rationale and common sense, Peter Obi is the right person for Nigeria. I know that he cannot do anything based on the system is wrong. So even though you carry St. Michael and put there, nothing will happen. But looking at human beings, people, but he now is finding it difficult because of his tribal sentiments and other things that is clouding for him to tell us that come, Peter, he's not telling us that whoever God say we win, we win. You understand? That thing made me for almost 3 to 4 Sundays I've not been going to. Because I not thought of it. The same Bible God you are trying to confuse all of us with is the same one that Moses told his Israelites that have given you life and have given you death for you to make your choice. If you choose life, you live. If you choose death, you. So if the Israelites now went and now choose death and death start killing all of them, we then say it is what God wants for them. So if Nigeria see competence and go ahead to vote incompetence, they will not come tomorrow when people start suffering, say it is the fate of God for what they do. But it is you that choose that one. You start blaming God. See, it is still happening with the Bible. You understand? So my brother, why I drop all these things for you to know that this work you are doing is a wonderful work. For you also to come to realize that intelligence. In fact, no human being is intelligent. We are all brilliant. And brilliance simply means how you illuminate that light of intelligence that is in you. Like as you are talking of Japan, the same thing that is Japanese are the same thing that is Igbo. The same thing is other people. But because the Japanese people, they are following that act of intelligence to the maximum that they can. That is why you see them operating in the levels they are. But you see, we allow stupidity and sheer foolishness to just make us remain where we are. So my brother, my daddy, that's what I said I will follow you from now on, because you are more than a professor. My daddy, I will say thank you, and I will also encourage you to not be learned. You understand? You need to really wash our brain of all this ignorance. Thank you very much. I remember.
Mazi, you have made my day, and you are the last caller. Please, I don't want to even forget or anything you say, please, or dilute it. You have said it all. Intelligence is the creator. That is it. That is why, one thing you are trying to go to church to achieve by prayer, others are smartly pursuing it through the right channel, the right human endeavor, pursuing that. Because when you go to church, they tell you miracle, this and that, pray for and somebody outside is pursuing intelligence in order to be productive, to make things, to produce things, to resemble that creator you are going in the church to worship. Who is more righteous? Answer the question. Who is more righteous? Is the person that is going in right channel. You want to go abracadabra, say go, and all of a sudden money will start entering your account, money you don't know where it come from, because that is what they always say. So what our brother said is completely correct. Human being is trying to reach that intelligence. When you are productive, you are even doing the will of God, what God wants you to be, because God is a creator. So why can't you be a creator? You always there shouting, crying, is it God, is it good? People build the cities, elevating cities to 1 meter, 1 point something meter, the whole cities, hundreds of thousands of kilometers square, so that it will be above sea level. They artificially elevate it, but we don't even have electricity. And you are going to church, going to mosque, going praying for intelligence to fall upon you. Are you not stupid? Are you not stupid? We must walk. That is the way man is made. In order to think rightly, think and walk towards it. Don't you know that? Let me tell you, This type of life we are living is a very bad one. When you live under slavery, when you live a substandard life, it is a life under slavery. Do you understand? Why don't you look at yourself and say, look, is this how I am created to be? Is it how we are created to be? Like what our brother said. You know, I said it the other day. The Fulani, they are progressing. They are on top of everybody because they have a focus. They have a goal. Collective goal, not individual goal. They are not able people, go and open your shop, and become a guy, buy a car, and all is only single person. They sentence us into hustle for yourself. Only also phone. Not you are not going with somebody, just hustle for yourself. Very bad pattern of life. The Fulani, everything they are doing, the money they are stealing, they are using percentage of it for their collective interest. The other time you see the Fulani of West Africa, they had meeting in Abuja. Not Fulani in Nigeria, Fulani in Africa. All the Fulani. Which means they keep themselves. They are the wisest people. I'm telling you. Look at ordinary governors, Igbo governors. They don't even meet. They don't have common nothing. Everybody. That is why I used to say, you see this our so-called Chineke. Republicanism. We hide under that. That is primitive, unrefined republicanism. With it, you can no, don't talk to no. Are you in Achram Moto? Are you the person that give me food? So what will you tell me? Very primitive character. I say primitive character. I saw in social media the Fulani, they are talking. You see one person standing up, others are sitting down, thousands of them sitting down. The person is talking and they are, cheering and they're okay. Indeed, one person will talk, another person will say, now I get money more than him. Waiting. Now sit down there, make I talk. And I mean, very primitive set of people. That is why two Igbos can nothing, no collectivity, no nothing, no goal as a people. It's IPOB that came, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came and start picking the remnants of remnants of our pieces together. You understand? Before, no goal, no agenda to come into them to divide them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that they don't have internal squabbles. They have, but they settle it amongst them to give a face. Even they rally people around to make sure to extend their tentacles to rally others around their cause, to support them in their own cause without knowing. Igbos, oh yeah. Who are you to command me? Okay, you want me to come? You get better than my hair before. Very primitive character. That is why we are living as slaves in Nigeria. In Nigeria, policeman, a Igbo policeman will be extorting his own brother more than anything. Not that he want to do it, but he is commanded, programmed to do it by his Fulani master there in the police. If you don't do it, they will sack him. They can even kill him, say he's an armed robber that killed him. So now why I'm doing this now? If he do after dealing with you in the presence of other non-Igbo police, another day you might meet him in a joint, or maybe drinking a joint. Now this man, you are wicked. Why you did deal with me that day? Now take that money from me without even speaking Igbo to me. You are an Igbo. Why you are an Igbo man? You do as if you don't know, you don't even speak Igbo. There he will explain to you, say, oh boy, if I didn't do it, I will be sacked from work. Also, that's why MJ called Bine Mayor. Or that I didn't hate you
We are slaves in this country. Everybody will be telling you, but come join, let us do something to get out of this slave. Who is this to command me? This very stupid, gullible, foolish character. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started it. We will continue. It is not by giving sweet talk. Oh, we are good. No. That bad behavior, we need to remove it from us in order to continue as a people. So that we will never be humiliated again by anybody. Anybody that touches you, say is beating you because you're an Igbo man, why are you walking straight? You have to bow down before walking. Now you have backup that we treat the fuck up of that person. That is what we are fighting for. The same way the Israelis, they are living now. With any part of the world they are, their heads are, they raise their heads up without hiding. Before, they were made to hide. Before 1948, Jews everywhere, they are hiding from their identity. Do you understand? Eliezer ben Yehuda, he changed his name, a Jewish name. Before, he was, I think, Lushki. It's a Russian name, Lushki. Do you understand? They hide the same way we are hiding today. Our identities. Hiding. Why? Because of the way we are programmed. The life we are programmed by Britain to live in Nigeria. That's it. As conquered people, we are not. We are defeated but not conquered. We need to restore our nation so that our government now, any place, any Biafran is being touched, any part of the world, Africa, is a problem. It becomes an international problem. That time you can raise yourself up, you can raise your face up and be traveling and be moving and say, now I'm on Igbo. I am a Biafran. With pride, not hiding. In a now what can we do now? Imagine you train your children in that slave mentality. Imagine pure slaves they will be in future. That is how bad it is. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. As I told our brother, I'm not telling any person to stop going to church if you don't want to. I myself, because to have time to even go to the church is unsuitable. So it's been a long time, honestly. Many years I stopped going to church, unless through invitation for one thing or the other. So see it as you are going to nightclub. Just like that, nothing more. Meet people and exchange pleasantries and this and that. Like this, Michael Jackson. Cholesterol. That is it. So we must continue. On Wednesday, as I said before, our HOD Mazi will be addressing Biafrans by 8 p.m. Therefore, you must be part of the program, please, and listen. Tune in to listen. Biafra is our religion. Biafra is where we worship. Radio Biafra is where we worship. We will never stop what we are doing because we don't have any alternative, neither a back to go to. Thank you for listening to this hallowed program, and you continue listening. Radio Biafra is 247. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
We, the indigenous people of Biafra, ably led by Saint Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, humbly call on traditional rulers, aka Ndeze, town union, churches, villages, kindreds, Ndiamala, and all paternal and maternal homes to abeg hear our voice and hear our cry in this request to please do the needful now before it is too late. We dey ask all the people involved to abeg try and bury all the corpses wey scatter all over Biafra land. For this one, they should say it dey bring us spiritual and physical problem, and now we dey suffer, we no know. When you know the root cause of the sickness, the treatment now don dey easy. Abeg my people.
Now we don sabi the cause of the sickness. IPOB don come with the solution.
The research wey you do show say some dead body don dey up to 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, and the death count na human being we go bury or do something. Now all these things they cost, then they build mortuary, like say then they build
Joint,
church, filling station everywhere for Biafra land. I beg, mortuary, na factory, na children's amusement park. No. A stitch in time saves 9. With the call therefore, say make everybody try for 3 days when your person kaput, make una bury am. After una go do the ceremony, una go do the effigy wey follow am.
churches, traditional rulers, and other people that matters, abeg, make una chook mouth and chook eye and help us for this matter.
Because the person when they pursue cow, they call him name. If he no hold the medicine, he go hold the thing when they dose the cow. Now we dey call una. And the one una talk, he go stand. Abeg my people, make we comot this danger, comot our people from bondage. If una no do something, we the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no go waste time to do the needful so as to remove the yoke and our people from bondage. And soonest we go begin the closure of many mortuaries for Biafra land. The only dead body when we want make it there for mortuary, now the only one
We get case wey dem dey treat.
and after they don't finish the whole thing, settle everything, make them bury am. Mortuary no be factory, mortuary no be industry, mortuary no be amusement park again, no be recreational center, no be children's park. Remember, person wey sell land bury im dead body don bury 2 corpse o. Shey you never know, na we be the owners of the land and we don tell una the time to cleanse our land na now. Make una do the needful. Our land go dey calm and our ancestors go happy wherever dem dey.
Na the indigenous people of Biafra under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu dey bring una this message. Please, our heart dey bleed to save our people. Thank you.
Biafra, ndị ngozi obodo bụ obodo doro nsọ. The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra. Ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra, Gaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Kamiri, Gaimara Biafra, Kanebozo Kamiri, Biafra Kanebozo. Sunday, Uwaboke, Anijala, Nanoma. Wana lemo kano na lombo, wana juno, osina Biafra natago. Chukwu okike bịama onye anyị nọ n'aka bịa mere anyị ihe mara mma. Ugbu a bụ oge anyị ji ala n'ala nna m. Biafra bụ ala ọma, ala Chukwu gọziri, ala mmanụ ahụ, ala Chukwu gọziri, the rising sun. Mgbe mbuka kwuru okwu wesi n'oji ihe nwatakịrị, o were aka ya elu aka fụwa ya ụfụ wetuo ya, maka na ọnọdụ ga-adịrọ n'igwe mma. okike abịa ma gị ka ịnọ n'aka mana Chukwu okike abịa ma gị ka ịnọ n'aka na anyị ga-ala ụgbọ abụghị anyị je nwere onwe anyị ụgbọ abụghị anyị je ala Biafra na-atago.
The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, a home of hope of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra.
Ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra ka ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri aga ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri Biafra ka dị IPOB, one big family, one big family. Ọnụrụ ube nwanne agbara ọsọ ana-agwọ ọ na-ere agbọ karịsịa ore karịsịa ụgbọ rere a na-arapụ isi aka n'elu ụwa wee gbawa n'ori aka mmiri mara ugo asawa ugo arụ anyị ma n'ọnọdụ ọ dịrọ n'egbe mma mmiri bụ nke anyị ọ ga-abụ nke anyị na njedebe ọsọ nwakwụ ụzọ nwakwụ ọ bụ gịnị ka anyị na-azọ ọ bụ nnwere onwe ọ bụrụ ọgụ ụmụaka anyị ga-ana ọ bụ nnwere onwe ọ bụrụ ọgụ ndị sabo ya mere anyị ga-ana Pharaoh, let my people go. Pharaoh, let my people go. Pharaoh, akpọchie ntị mana mgbe nsogbu ga-abịa n'ala ndị Zulu ha ga-arịọkwa anyị arịrịọ si anyị nabanụ a ga-asịkwa ụmụ Chukwu nabanụ ụmụ Chukwu okike abịa ma geenụ ntị unu akwadosigo maka ọnụnụ anyị nọzi anyị n'okwu na anyị ga-ala maka oge akara aka eruola.
The land of the rising sun is a home of hope, a home of hope of the Biafrans. The fire of the eastern land is a promised land, a blessed land of the Chukwu Biafra.
Ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra ka ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri aga ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra ka ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri aga ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri ebe ka unu si Biafra, ebe ka unu si Biafra ka ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri aga ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri aga ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri aga ịmara Biafra ka n'ebe ọzọ ka mmiri.
What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say
all over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
greetings. From part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay. It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a high court judge, Justice Onyeuk's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran War. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, would have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam is around Ilorin, where the Italian firm called Impreglio, SPA, was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Biafra, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. On the 9th of 29th rather, and 30th of September, there was mass killing, which has continued to the worst of them to be in Kanji Dam police station, in front of police station. And this is what happened. A police van was fitted with a loudspeaker. It went round the town informing any Easterner who wishes to go back to the east to assemble at the police station in order that the necessary arrangement could be made for them to be evacuated. This piece of news, of course, spread, was received with joy for all those of us, according to him, this witness, who wanted to escape. They thought this gesture was, in fact, made in good faith. It was otherwise, as their subsequent experience was to show, was the opposite. So when the remaining Easterners they haven't killed have heard about there will be a possibility of them being evacuated, so they assembled at the police station with all their loads, and they sat down waiting for further instructions for their repatriation. Little did they know that they had come to face their death. So it was, in fact, an appointment with death, according to him, for the next moment. What happened then? A group of unruly Hausas, that's general term for those in the north, they have death weapons, chanting war songs, grinning at us, and positioning themselves strategically around the building. After a time, the policemen arrived in great numbers, and they asked us whether we were now ready to go back to the region, to our region. Of course, we joyfully answered yes. Then one of the Hausa civilians stepped out, mockingly asked us if there was anything we could do if he began to shoot at us. Now, before he had time to answer this question, he had already let go of his ding gun in our midst. So therefore, a frantic scramble to escape ensued. The police participated in the killing of many of us. During this shooting, I lost a relative, Mr. Ralph Nwa BC, who was aged 26, a motor driver with Preglio FEA Kanji. The looting of our property started simultaneously with the killing. From a corner where I was, I could see the police helping the civilians to make away with our property. All my properties were carried. So it's not enough to state all this. This person now had to be cross-examined in front of a judge. And the question is, this massacre at the police station, Ganji Dam, what date would that be? He said on the night of the 29th September. Remember, back in Lagos, they were having a meeting after the July killings to have a discussion on how to move Nigeria forward. There was a meeting going on, and then the killing broke out again in September. Okay, so this was the background. Now, around that time, the thing then in the court was, at what time? He said around 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. when the office started and continued. The next question was, would it be correct to say that Easterners were tricked into assembling at the Kanji Dam police station to enable them to massacre you? The answer, yes. And then he was asked again, and the trick was practiced by, he said, well, it was performed by police. The question, you, law-abiding citizen, trusted the police as your protectors? The answer is yes. Would it be correct to say that, were it not for practice on you by the police, perhaps these vandals might not have had the opportunity to slaughter you as they did? They say they might not have had the opportunity to slaughter Easterners en masse. That's true. Now, immediately before the attack on the 29th, how many Easterners will you estimate gathered at the police station? Or you said very many. Give me an idea. Said about 2,000. Now, during the lengthy cross-examination that followed, the witness gave further details of the police civilian formation and preparation for the attack. Let me cut this story long, which is a bit long, short. Basically, these people brought in new, fresh police officers from a different region in Nigeria to surround the police station and remove the ones they were familiar with, and they were used in addition with mob to kill the people. They went around asking, assembled at the police station if they want to get back to the eastern region. So that's one of the repulsive bits of the killing of the eastern. They were lured into the traps, okay? And so it's not the first time they've done that trick. In Kanu, which we're going to look at shortly, they use the same trick. Because they say, oh, the train will be leaving such and such a date, so you all gather, and the act made it easier for them to slaughter many more. Okay? So that's the trick was being used, and the tribunal uncovered this. So the next, I'm going to move now to Kanu for time. Kanu, as you know, is it's a very, very busy ancient city in the north. It has a national airport. Okay? So this one was witness called Opawa, P.I. Opawa, is witness number 125. So what happened to him? He said, I was shot from the back. They raised the occiput, which is the back of your head, back of your skull. And he fell down and lost consciousness for a time. Had that bullet gone a little deeper, his brain would have been, of course, blown out, and he would have died on the spot. On the other hand, had the wound been a shade slight or less, then he would have lived, and he would not have lost consciousness, and of course the army would have come and shot him like other people. So this is the part of the story which he told us that happened to him in Kanu. He said, one soldier ordered us outside and asked me, this was in the actual airport when they appeared. The other story was that all the big wigs They came with their white agbada, all the politicians. And there's clip of the bit of the film they're allowed to show. There was an attack inside an airport terminal, an international airport. The police arrived, the army arrived, and they said, "Where are the Japanese?" And they start shooting, killing people. So this is a scene from that. Okay, the plane had just arrived from London, parked in Kanu. People are just coming out, disembarking at Kanu. If you're from the eastern region, they lined you up and shot you. They're from abroad. So this is a report of what happened in Kanu. And the people doing the killing are Nigeria's best. In other words, they went to Congo to represent Nigeria, the United Nations force. You have to keep peace in Kanu, in Congo. So they are the police. They are the actual elite of the Nigerian army, if you like, in Kanu. It was actually commanded by Chukwemeka Odumegwu. Yeah, it's a battalion. So where he was, of course, at this stage in the eastern region as a governor, eastern region. So what was left of the Nigerian army in Kanu joined the troops, joined the civilians in massacring ordinary civilians. They burst into the airport, and this is what happened. So one soldier ordered us out and asked me where I was from. When I told him I was from Midwesterner, he told me that I was lying because he knew where I came from. What I heard was a bad turn, quick march. I heard a shot behind me, and I fell down and passed out. How long I was there before I came round, I could not tell. But when I became conscious. A heap of dead bodies, men, were on top of me. Some still breathing, the others stone dead. It took me some time to extricate myself from the dead bodies heaped upon me. I crept over other dead bodies, and I tried to hide because soldiers were still shooting people down in the hiding places in the airport. Presently, I found myself in a big kitchen, and the whole length of the breadth of that was littered with dead bodies. 2 Hausa stewards in the kitchen refused me entry until I paid them £5. And within seconds of my entry, about 5 armed northern soldiers entered the kitchen, shouting, "Are there any more Opera brothers left to be shot?" Opera, of course, was Dr. Michael Opera, who was the premier of the Eastern region. He wasn't killed in the first coup of January 1966. He was the governor of the Eastern region, and at this stage, the Northerners hate him because he did not agree with the census when they did the census, I believe in 1963 or so. And he said it was inflated and it cannot hold. So they hated him as a result of it. And everybody from the East, they were suspecting them because they wanted the Northerners to give the impression that they have more population than everybody else. But that's a different story. So they hate the Opera brothers. If you're an Opera brother, it means you're from the Eastern region. So they will go around literally hunting them down and shooting them. So he said, "Are there any Opera brothers left to be shot?" Okay? I was again saved because I lay among the dead and pretended to be dead also. So when I could no longer hold out, I got up and walked to the table where one of the stewards was sitting. I shouted, "Please take me to the soldiers." At this stage I was getting fed up. So he said, "I can no longer stand this strain." Now somebody emerged from under the big table on hearing me. It was Mr. Lekiti. Mr. Lekiti is a Ghanaian who apparently was hiding from the savage soldiers. He decided to give ourselves up to the soldiers. He was my uncle, and I was his nephew. That was the plan. This strategy worked wonderfully. And when the soldiers heard of us, they shouted in unison, "Why were you hiding?" He said, "We don't want to be killed. But we don't want to kill Ghanaians. So why are you hiding?" They are our friends. Yorubas, Effiks, all are our friends. We are after Opera's brothers. So they're specific. If you're wondering about the definition of genocide, you would normally target a specific ethnic group. So this is an example of it, soldiers themselves declaring that they're after Opara's brothers. Now, we are going to finish them off, he said. They took us upstairs where we saw more dead bodies, some of whom I recognized. Now, Mr. Lekiti and myself gave the soldiers £10 for drink. They drank until 6:30 a.m. the following morning. This happened at night, which was the 2nd of October. The reason why they trapped so many people was the 1st of October, which is an Independence Day, which is a celebration, like a holiday. So people are returning and traveling. So the airport was full of those who are arriving, those who are departing. So they pounced on all the people of the Eastern origin or Opara brothers. Now these soldiers had some harsh things to say about Opara and Igbos. Opara was their arch enemy, who must be destroyed. Why did they kill our leaders while Opera, Zik, Osadebe were left out? If I wonder who Osadebe is, Osadebe was the one who was the governor of the Midwest, and his name suggests Igbo. Zik, of course, Azikiwe, was the president, was like a queen equivalent of the first Republic of Nigeria at the time. He wasn't in charge, but he was the first, he was like the queen, the governor general equivalent. So you have Opara who is Igbo, Zik who is Igbo, and Osadebe who is Igbo. They were left out of the January 15 coup. And this was really irking them and really annoying them so much that they want to kill everybody who is from Igbo. Okay, so Mbadive, they said, was the only Igbo man who would be spared on this march to Eastern region. So we're already planning to march to Eastern region. Okay, so this killing was happening in end of September, first week of October 1966. They are planning to march to Eastern region because he was a good man. They're saying Mbadiwe is the one who had the opportunity to make Enugu an international airport. Instead, he messed up and moved it to the north, as usual. Now, all other Igbos must be destroyed. Of course, that's the impression they give. If you're good to them, then they try and spare you for the time being until they get to you in the end. Now, at 7 a.m. that same Sunday morning, they asked Mr. Lekiti and myself to get ready because we are going to show you how we have dealt with Opera brothers and sisters. So the soldiers took Mr. Okwawa, who was pretending to be the nephew of Mr. Lekiti, who is a Ghanaian. They took us to the railway station in an armed Land Rover, an army Land Rover. And there we saw a sight which I would never live to see again to my dying day. Over 600 men, women and children have been mowed down. They have been killed while they were waiting for a train to take them to our region. A few of the children were still creeping over their dead mothers, shouting, "Mama, I am hungry," and want to drink. Some were sucking at their dead mother's breasts and left them to suck on. It should be borne in mind that 3 days earlier, this is the annoying bit, 3 days earlier, before this unprecedented massacre, it was announced over the Radio Kaduna, so-called Radio Fusion Kaduna network, that a passenger train would be leaving Kanu for Eastern region on the 2nd of October, and that all those wishing to travel should report to it on 1st of October at the railway station. Of course, over 700 Igbos packed to the railway station. The announcement was made by, guess who? A Mr. T. George. Mr. T. George is a senior train officer who incidentally is a native of Idoma. He was educated at Methodist College in Uzakoli. So he was a member of the Nasarawa Club and attended all the meetings where they made the decision to kill all the Igbos in the north. Now, when all the Igbos had entered the railway station, he ordered that the gates should be locked, so they couldn't get out. They drove us to the local running shed. So I just showed the background. We tell you what happened at the Kanji Dam. The police went to the siren. Everybody wants to come to the police station. Here, they made on the radio Kaduna very popular by somebody who they are familiar hearing their voice. Someone from Idoma who was at the Uzakoli, which is in the east, where he schooled. So his voice is familiar. In order to lure all those Easterners who want to travel back to the east, 700 of them descended. They went to pack their things and go on the bank holiday, which was on the 1st of October, and they were mown down. Okay? So, these people say, I want to stop there for now, because that's the experience that was going on in Kanu. So this guy, of course, eventually managed to escape and got home, and this bullet was fished out from his skull, and they lived to tell the tale. So that I'm just sharing this with you all so that you know the background to what happened to your people, to our people in the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm giving you the killing fields of K, Kaduna, K, Katsina, K, Kanjidam, and K in Kanu. There are so many other towns with similar stories, just killing after killing after killing. So the only killing, the story goes that this killing stopped when? Anyone know? Oh, when there was no more Igbos or Nyamaris left in the north to kill. So as a result, there were an exodus, right? You weren't going to be told to hang around in the north. The only thing that's in everyone from the east, the only thing in their mind is how do we get home? They abandoned everything. They started walking. Some jumped into a plane that was going somewhere. Some jumped into a train. And when they got to Otubo or near the border of Enugu, as they about to cross the River where the train would stop, the mob would jump in, kill as many as they can, put the bodies back in, so that when they arrive at Enugu, they're injured, maimed, half dead, and so on, to frighten the Easterners. Okay? So that was the killing that was going on. I'll now quickly speed up and take you to the scenario then of what happened when the Igbos or the Nyamalis left the north. Yeah, it would be interesting to know where the houses, the Sabungaris, what actually took place. What happened then? Now you got rid of all the people from the eastern region. So, as evidence, I present before you a report from New York Times. Somebody called Lloyd Garrison, who went back to the Sabungari in the Kanu. Yeah. He went there on the 7th of December to report what was the state of affairs after the Igbos have left Sabungari. Yeah, it's good to look at it now from the other side. He said after the massacre of over 2,000 Igbos in Kanu in September 29, 1966, and the massive exodus of Igbos that immediately followed, New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited a deserted and desolate Sabungari Kanu, where the eastern Igbo quarters, and filed this report. Okay, so you understand the background. The killing has now stopped because no more Nyamaris to kill. Okay, now somebody needs to go there and find out what has happened. Okay, so he says outside the old city walls in Sabungari, or strangers' quarters, that's what it actually means, Sabungari, where the quarters in the north, you're not allowed to live inside their walled city because you're a foreigner, you're a stranger. So you left outside. So outside the walled cities, the houses were now empty and the streets were deserted today, except for a stray dog resting in the shade of a tree. The only sound was the creaking of the house doors as they swung gently back and forth in the light breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew several doors shut, and the dog, as if startled by a rifle shot, crouched. The sound left the dog trembling with fear, even now, more than 2 months after the massacre of the Igbos in the heart of the northern Nigeria Muslim north. There's little else to remind one of what happened here, except the sight of the occasional litter, the torn Bible on the floor of the Baptist church, and the OK Jazz stationery store. Otherwise, the shops and houses have been stripped of their furnishings as if no one ever lived there. 30,000 Igbos once filled these dwellings. 30,000. But now the Sabongari has become quite simply a ghost town. The bloodbath began on the 9th of September 29th when northern troops opened fire on the Igbo refugees standing by at the airport. By dawn, northern soldiers with automatic weapons and civilians with machetes had swept through the city, burning, looting, and killing. As if by signal, most foreign observers here are convinced that the pogrom was planned. I tell you before that it was not only planned, they didn't just have automatic weapons, rifles, bows and arrows, bricks, anything they can use to kill people. They also have typed addresses of where the Nyamiri is supposed to live. So it's not something you say is a riot, it just happened, it was planned. And then, the slaying spreads to other Igbo communities in Nigeria, vast northern interests. So that's part of the report. Now, carry on with the report in the New York Times. No one knows how